Let's see if it's working. Let's see if we're working. Hey, I see a commercial, which means I assume I'm kind of live. I still have 12 more seconds. If y'all can see me, I can't tell.
It still looks like you're offline. Oh, there it goes. Now.
Oh, so it doesn't come online until we're done with that. Am I moving? Oh. Wow, there's an interesting lag there.
I see you on YouTube.
I see me on YouTube too. 1,000.
Video looks good. I'd say it was a little dark,
Okay.
but
Well, I have this
not
little
terribly.
thing right here where we can. Is that better?
Yeah.
Yeah. Is that bright enough?
Yep. Yeah, looks good.
Awesome. Hello, hello,
Focus.
hello. How are we doing? Yes. I'm finally streaming from home. I know it's shocking. That also means that you might hear other people talking, but thus is. Let me close the door. Didn't realize the door was open. Give me one sec. Oh. Hello, hello, hello. So actually, it's not just new place, new computer. I actually have my computer again, so now I can actually start working. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited. Woo! Everybody, woo! Give me a woo. Alrighty. So how is everyone? Sorry about the odd last 2 weeks. I had to move, and moving is an arduous task for me. So yes, it's been an interesting journey, but now we're here, and I can stream from home, which means I don't have to drive an hour to get there and set up, and then yes, I can stream whenever I want. Which means within the next month or so, we're probably going to start doing at least one stream during the day, just so I can hit some of the American population, because for the last 3 years I've only caught the tail end of America and then international. And I mean, it's great. It's nice to get out here to people who don't usually get to see that. Uh-oh, did I just go totally out of focus, or is that something I'm looking at?
Looks fine to me.
Oh, okay. For some reason, I'm out of focus on my little thing here. I know I have plenty of speed. Okay, well, whatever. We're all good. Hello, lots of Mikos and Makos there. Alrighty. Well, let's get this thing started. Well, before we start, for all of you on YouTube, hit subscribe and hit follow. It's important for us, and it's really good for the algorithms and all of that stuff. So don't hesitate to push those little buttons. We would greatly appreciate it. Also, is there any other news before we jump into this?
I don't think so.
Yep, I think that sounds like it. So we're going to start with Arnold.
Let's
So-
jump into the Twitch streaming chat room.
I'm in there. What's up?
No, we're in admin.
Oh. Right. Oh. Twitch stream. There we go. How come I'm not in there? All right. Can you hear me?
Yep.
All right. There we go. Woo. It's acting weird. Okay. Yeah, and I apologize for the mess. This was a race to get the studio set up so I could stream today, so it will move forward. Okay, so we are looking at Arnold's ring. Let's see what we got here. We got a multiple selection of birds here. We have nice, clean little iconographics. A waterfall with an Ouroboros, a cliffy waterfall, a trillium, and different birds in flight. Okay, let's see what we got here. Oh, we got completely different rings. It's Italy. Oh, very cool. Okay, well, let's start here. Okay, you did your depth well. So the only thing you might run into trouble here is this might wind up being a little thick right at where the ring presses in, but maybe not. This is worth printing and figuring out if there's a comfort value of not rolling over that waterfall edge. Often what you can do is I'm going to turn symmetry off. Like stretch it in like that, and I know that I didn't do it to the whole thing. You can do that, but just changing that profile to where it's not something that those fingers are going to rub on. Those could be uncomfortable. Maybe not. It's really weird. This is where printing and wearing it is a very big deal. So yes, hold on. Why? There we go. So you may run into an area where this little area here becomes an issue. And that being said, this scoop right here could present a similar problem with this being a big step out. It's not necessarily that it's so far out that it's going to be problematic, but just having this as an edge as you wear it and move your fingers and stuff, it could be a place that rubs on your finger. You did a pretty good job here of keeping these nice, soft, and round. So that's something that printing it, looking at it, and that'll help you kind of figure out what's going on there. Your rocks are fun. I like the stylistic difference between the water and the rocks. Here is the only other thing that could cause you problems, and that is you have detail on the highest point. So as someone comes around and goes to a bar and they're wearing it and they're going bonk, 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 these points out here could get hammered down. And once again, if there's detail there and it goes away, people notice. If there's no detail there and it gets flattened, people don't particularly care. So this is a place where you might be able to, let's say, here, I'm just going to quickly move elastic. Actually, let's do this with radial. X, Z, R, and let's do 2. Let us mask the top off. Let's grab move, and let's go infinite def Z. And I'm just going to slide. Why is that not? Oh, I turned symmetry off, that's why. Where if you just ride this up the outside edge a little, and then come in here, we're going to now mask this off. Let's put our Ouroboros in our Orphic egg. back over, oops. I don't know who set that at 90. What kind of ding dong sets their thing at 90? Madness, I say. Okay, we're going to take that in. Turn that off. We're going to push this little guy in. Smooth that out. And you could feasibly do something like this. Where the frame of the ring comes up and it's higher than these. And you do something where you're creating keep your subdivisions. And just create something that's like architectural here that stands as a blocker for your soft detail here and your soft detail here. Just get something that's going to stand in the way of smashing that detail down, because I assure you, if it goes away, people will notice and they'll be like, hey, why'd my detail go away? And they'll be frustrated. Where if you just give it something else that can act as that flat or that breaker for that, then that's going to protect the snake detail and it's going to protect this. If your egg flattens out a little, I don't think anyone's going to get too peeved about it. But that something architectural will protect your waterfall mist there. The detail looks good. The one thing I would think about here too, it's all one group. Is use more of this depth. And I know, I tell everyone to do it this way. So you'd be like, but Tomas, you didn't tell me to do this. That might be true, or might not have. I would try to keep this stuff as separate poly groups as well, just so you can come back in and tune this stuff out. I know this is probably after decimation or something, or after dynameshing. That's the one. But keeping your poly groups is really helpful. I'm just going to get rid of another little swath of this. But you see, you just have so much flat going on here that it's so much thicker than the bird itself. Hide part. Boop. So I would probably come in and start doing some stuff like this where, why is that? Because back face masking is on. Right. Get this back and down, because you have plenty of depth here. When you flatten these things out, remember that you can actually get away with a lot more dimensionality than you think you can if you have, especially over this kind of depth, right? I mean, you can make this head almost three-dimensional. So when you're doing the bas-relief and you're flattening your stuff, do it in stages. So, well, we have a figure in here as well, and I'll flatten it and I'll show you what I mean. But if you think about how the depth is being used and where you need things to be flat, you have a lot more control over your model, and you don't have to you can get away with something that's much more dynamic, not something that's quite so flat. And you can see how you can get a lot more dimensionality in that by pushing that around. I know I've now made it look like a lumpy turkey, but I think that helps, or I hope that helps, because, you know, you can really get these things, you know, these are behind the feet, so drag them behind the feet, right? And like I said, there's a figure later, or do you have one that, no, these are all already done. Okay, so that way, when you do have this, see, you're still in front of your thing, but it's not all flat and up at the top. You can get quite a bit more dimensionality by futzing with it when you're flattening it. And we'll show you how to do that in a bit. Yeah, other than that, you know, you could feasibly do it here where you give this a little bit more travel. Right. And just make that a little bit more dimensional and dynamic, and take up a wee bit more of that depth, just so it's not flat, because you have room to make it more dimensional, so don't be afraid to do so in these places. Hopefully that makes a little sense. And see, then it's not just one big edge wall. You're actually selling the idea that this is over and under. I know I messed up your shapes, but right. So don't be afraid of using the depth you have. Oof, my footses. And yeah, I think that X and Z, changing the profile of that to be just a little more protected. And then, you know, that'll also protect the snake. Okay, let's look at our Falcon. I think this kind of geographical stuff is kind of cool. See, you did a better job here of keeping this within proportion. And here again, I think that because turn symmetry off, move elastic 13, make this bigger. Use the depth you have. Oh, Wrong direction. Right, get that down by the detail, because that's that, and then you can bring this in, get more depth dimensionality, get some dimensionality in the feet so they're actually at an angle. That lets you sorry, I got the yawns. I had to return my U-Haul at like 6:30 this morning, so it was, yeah, been a long day. Ooh. Just gonna put pain, aren't you? Yeah. All right, you can get things a little bit more where they would be if it's a dimensional object, right? And then that's telling the story that this wing is definitely behind this one. You could also roll this edge over. Oh, sure. Now I get all yawny. Right, and that way you can take advantage of some of the dimensionality, the room for the dimensionality you actually have there. And then we have our owl. Here again, just printing them. Oh wait, do we have soft sword? I think I installed it. Today was a race trying to get everything installed. I don't see it there. I'm pretty sure I downloaded it. It's sword soft, isn't it? I guess I didn't get around to downloading it. Bizarre. Oh well. No sketching on the screen right now.
What program are you looking for?
Sword soft?
You downloaded it. I don't know if you installed it, but you told me you downloaded it.
I thought I downloaded it, but here are downloads and I'm not seeing it. Oh, there it is. I want to draw. I want to draw. Oh, I'm not supposed to sound that. I know. I can't find my earrings. I have no idea where they are. It's really bad because if I don't wear them, did that install? Yes. If I don't wear them, they my holes shrink up, and then it's a real pain in the butt to get them back. Okay, so we need to enable control bar. And we need to go into keystroke. And where's our control bar? There it is. Bring that over here. Turn those two off. Hide you. Turn you on. We're going to drag you over there. Am I drawing? Yeah. All right. I know that was convoluted, but it was worth it. this is where it's silly things and there isn't a good answer for it. So this is where printing and experimenting are very important. Even things like sorry, even things like these snake noses, these little points on these moons, and this point here, these are things that can become. I keep hitting my mic stand with my little footrest thing. Sorry. These are things that become real potential problems because they're just small, and when you're rubbing, they can get sharp and they can be really irritating. Not saying these are going to be that, right? It's really the angle, if your fingers are pudgy enough to kind of get in there where it's rubbing, but print it and wear it. This is where printing and wearing becomes a huge issue. But you may want to be careful with things like this in this area. Like from here to here. Because think about the other finger. It's sitting right here, right? So as it presses in against this, see how that little nip can be, that could be really irritating. And these little points right here could be really irritating. So just print them and wear them and just see how it feels. Okay. Anybody have any questions on that? The move was stressful. I don't move well. My OCD doesn't allow me to pack boxes efficiently, and then because I'm packing and unpacking and packing and unpacking, and then I go into anxiety feedback loops and I sit and shake and sweat a lot, and it's bad. And then I'm old and broken, so my body hurts afterwards. It's never really, moving is never pretty for me. Now, Henry, this is kind of funny. My the chat window is actually scrolling. Remember how at the studio or at the office it never did that? Yeah.
When a second ago you commented about your earrings, and one posted that like half an hour ago, I figured, uh-oh, he can't see his chat in real time.
But to be fair, no one had chatted since then.
Not much. There were some messages since.
Yeah, but it's like right there. See, wait, that's not Tomas. It's a decoy. He is missing his earpieces. See? I like Rick and Morty. It says something about Rick and Morty right there.
You just don't read in order.
No, I really don't. Okay. So, let us move on to the next one, which is Audrey. Is Audrey here? Nope. This one's pretty good. Yeah. That's creepy in so many wonderful ways. Oh, look at that. It's multi-sizing rings. I made a handful of these. I kind of like the idea because it keeps you from having, you can have a much lower inventory of rings that you can stretch and squeeze. Alright, so I'm just going to tell you, this is lovely. It's really a nice piece. And it's been decimated, so I can't really show you this stuff. Well, actually, you did a pretty good job. It's hard to tell at this low res. But often, I'm still going to take, here, let's turn on Sculptures Pro, and let's make our brush small so we can see what we're doing here. I'm still going to try to get a little bit more separation out of these so they look like a little bit more like hair. instead of, see how you're not really getting the airspace at the tips. Take your time, especially when you have such lovely detail in this stuff. Take your time at this point after you've decimated it. Come back in with Sculptural Pro and get your top edges, right? Because this would be the roots, so they're not really doing it as much. It would be these top edges, and just get a little bit of tip separation in here. And that's going to help define the eyebrow. Mm-hmm. Now, I'm going to tell you one of my pet peeves about character rings, and that is just having bands. And I think it's what would you say? Well, a matter of taste. But I find that if you do something where, and this all goes back to, I always say it about intentionality, right? Intentionality is a big deal. And this looks like you've taken a lovely head sculpture and thrown it onto a band. Where if you can take something and, this is, let's get some geometry in here. So if you ever decimate something and you have a perfect sculpt and you love it, don't stress. You can do this, which is use Sculptural Pro on your Dynameshed model. And you can see we haven't added too much geometry here. But while you're conceiving your part, not at this point, just come in and think about something that can, is this, no, you're not, symmetry, come on. Okay. You know, think about something that is going to, you know, let's say this is a landscape of Neverland, or, you know, you have a zombie, or you can do any, you know, let's say you do a handful of sets of 3 zippers here. Remember, it's like a little red leather coat or whatever. You know, but do something that ties the band into a design so the piece feels like a total design, as opposed to this object that you've obviously spent time and energy on and then just plopped it onto a band. If that makes any sense. Does that make sense?
Yep.
All right. That's hysterical. But yeah, just figure out a way to tie the band into your design. And we'll leave it at that. Your hair's nice. I mean, everything is in order. It's clean. It's tight. It's good. The face is fun. The characterization's good. You just do it. You spent all this time and energy just do it on a band. All right. Any questions, anyone? Seems not. All right. What's our lag again before I start moving on? 1,000, 2, 1. Well, it's only. Why is it all blurry? That is so weird. All right. Well, whatever. let's turn our paint off. No, turn our paint off. And look at our model here. What do we have? Sort of a devil boy golem raptor tail demon guy. Yeah, I got the yawns all of a sudden. Okay. Okay. So, the one thing I would say is, and this is a pretty common thing, so when people are blocking out muscles, and you can tell me if I'm wrong about this, but what I'm assuming is if you had your base form, let us go append the cylinder, come on down. Let's hide you for a second. Boop. I feel like it's been so long since I've used ZBrush, I don't even know what I'm doing anymore. Okay. So you're coming in and you do your little guy, you got your face, let's move that in. And you got a neck. And then you get your torso. And you get your lower torso belly. And then you got your hips. You got your arms. And Dynamash. Boom. Turn the Sculpture's Pro off. And you started sculpting around. You liked what you were doing. Oh yeah, I got bellies in here. And then when you started to come in here, you're like, hey, you know what? I need a shoulder. And a bicep. And a forearm. But then you were like, okay, I have a bicep. So you took probably Dam Standard or something in that vein, and you go, okay, I have a pec. It's a slash. That's not what I want. Let's work. And let's turn this down. All right. Have a pec, and then, okay, have a bicep. And the bicep comes around. We have a deltoid. And you came about it like this, and you started separating your anatomy out by doing this. Rib cage, and clavicles. And so what this leads you to do is then you start kind of cutting in, and you can see what happens is your anatomy gets these trenches in them. right? Where I find when you're doing anatomy, if you're building up instead of taking in, so instead of cutting these grooves, you're laying this muscle on and filling up on this side. And I understand that this is a stylistic issue as well. And so I'm not saying your style is wrong, because many people do this. But with slight little steps, you're going to replicate what's actually happening there. And you're going to wind up with things that don't appear to have these big trenches in them. Because what the big trenches can lead you to do are things like, I'm trying to find it, like, see, like this right here. You just kind of cut this in, and you weren't really thinking about what's actually happening here because you drew that detail in, and then you're like, oh, okay, great. You moved on. Well, you have a bicep, and it comes out and around. And then the pec actually comes up and in. And this isn't pinch. See, you get this weird lump here. And it's because you've lost sight of the anatomy and you've drawn these lines in. Same thing here. And see, the lines allow you to get these. Let's look at this silhouette here. See how you get these big trenches or these big dents? Well, that's not what happens there, right? You know, this muscle doesn't float. This muscle has weight in it, and it doesn't connect all up in here. It actually goes back and under the pec. Oops, I have symmetry on. Well, I've just mangled your model. Right there, these things are overlaying and cutting in and under one another. It's not just these big trenches. Because when you're drawing on your detail, it allows you to get sloppy about where you're actually positioning things. And so I strongly suggest you can go in and sketch, you know, the light lines where things are going. But instead of cutting things in, actually figure out what's going on and then do them in layers. These nice little step layers, and it's going to tell a story much more about what's going over and under at the time, as opposed to just, hey, there's a line. You know, you're forced to think about what's actually happening here. So get out of the habit of drawing on your surfaces, and it's going to allow you, see, like, there's no abs in the world that have this like weird little fold right here. And I understand this is fantasy and blah, blah, blah. But, you know, if you're thinking about these things like what the muscles are actually doing, you'll find that you don't need to cut these lines in. You just need to define your forms a little. I will almost never cut in. I mean, there are things that are linear detail which you have to cut in because, well, it's linear detail. But very rarely will you see me take something and cut an edge in. Especially when I'm defining the forms. I want them to feel like they're going over and under one another. I want to feel that transition. And I think that's what you're losing in this piece, are these transitions, right? You know, it's like this thing isn't just floating out here, it's actually attaching. So you need some tension there because these are, you know, they have insertions and origins. And so there's always tension in your muscle connections. And if you are doing it in little layers, it kind of gives you an idea of what's in front and what's behind, as opposed to just getting these big trench things that you're going to have a hard time justifying anatomically, even in something that's super fantasy, right? Your application of textures look nice. The character's fun. You know, he's interesting, for sure. I think your wing texture is too big, right? If you think about texture on a wing, chances are it is going to be something much more tight I mean, if you think about, you know, if this character is, let's say, a few feet tall, you know, the scratches are like a ½ inch wide. So think about scale of your texture. I'm just going to do this right here. So you have these like little vein areas. And, you know, there are no wings that have no substructure, right? These are more like kites. They don't have, if you think about a bat's wing, right, it's really just a hand. And so most wings have that structure because this would never be able to generate enough flight tension. You would just be waving. I mean, think about taking half a sheet, you know, go out and get half a bed sheet and flap it. It's just one big thing. You're not going to get any lift off of that. Where if you are thinking of this as a structure, you're going to get these sort of substructures in here, and these having the forking areas and these being scoops. This gives you a much more logical conclusion to your wing. And now let's go back in here. I'm just going to pretend this is the wrong place for this kind of joint, and it's kind of going in the wrong direction, but that's okay. So if you kind of make this feel like it's structural, like an arm or a, you know, something that has some bone structure or something to it. And then, I'm not spending a lot of time on that because that's not what we were shooting for here. And you get the wing. Come on. And you just used rake, I think. Looks like a 3-stroke pack. Could be rake. I gotta turn my Z intensity down. And I'm going to adjust my scale. And I'm going to use your texture basically, right? Except here, if you'll notice, I'm using the texture to accent the surface tensions. And take that back in. Lay down my first layer, which is giving me the rhythm of the surface. And this is actually, see how we're getting these like little feedback things? That, if you can solve that. No. Come on. Come on. No back and forth. No back and forth. And what that allows you to do is, you can see I'm taking pretty broad strokes there, but I'm not getting that weird little kickback because it's only recording the strokes going in one direction. So that makes a really nice way of laying in texture that is directional and keeping it from getting super sloppy, if that makes any sense. Right. And then you can come back in and really sort of define how you want your cracks. Let's turn that up. Let's make this smaller. Let's make the focal shift smaller. There we go. Right. And you can come in and once again really accent the feel of the surface. And you can see this isn't taking me too much longer than what you spent. But you can be a bit more contrived on where you're putting your textures as opposed, and these are just huge for this scale. So think about like the bony structure of the wing, and then think about directionality and scale of your texturing. You know, that's the boom. The only other thing I would say here is you got a little excited about laying in your texture and so chances are, let's take this, this is my, I don't know about your wings, hold on. Delete. The tail, very rarely are you going to see, there are like a few salamanders that have lumpy tails, like at the end, but very rarely are you going to see a tail that gets thinner, thicker, and then thinner. Right? So just be careful. Keep your tail, you know, getting, you know, tapering logically. Now from the top, you could like if you're like, oh, it has a bat on it, not as in like a wide area, right? You know, from one direction, you can feasibly give it, you know, some sort of bat or club, right? But from the other direction, you're probably going to want it to keep tapering. That taper is real important because if it, you know, is thicker and thinner and thicker and thinner and thicker and thinner and thicker and thinner, it doesn't look anatomical. Anatomy is pretty organized and pretty well conceived. So don't get sloppy with your thicknesses because it's something that will read. All right. Yeah, I think your legs, once again, similar issues where you're drawing the detail in. When you're laying in texture, you want to be careful. You can see, well, okay. I'm assuming that you put the texture on and then you moved it. Are you, oh, you couldn't have helped move. Okay. I was like, what couldn't you help me do? Get my LEDs on my RAM?
I can help with that, or I can try at least. I made a note too. You're streaming in 720p right now.
Is that bad?
Yeah, it's not great. It's hard to read some of the like button names and whatnot.
How do I change it?
You can't change it midstream. You'd have to end the stream and restart. So
The-
we'll fix it for next week.
All
I
right.
made a note.
Sorry about that, guys. I knew that we had to go. We really were racing to just get things installed in time to do this. I wasn't going to miss another week. I'll just do it in 7p. 70 or whatever. 700. I don't even know. Okay. Oh. Moving and texturing. This is really where keeping your lower res is important. And see, your lowest res is 2000. And you can see hold on. Where's our tail? Is that our tail? Our tail. Give me our tail. Oh, actually you kept it. Interesting. It seems like it distorted a lot. When you move, you're still at 8,000. So I like my base geometry to be around 700 because that gives you a more, well, 711. It gives you more separation in your, here, let's duplicate this and I'll just show you. We're going to go 11, 2, not adaptive, ZBrush. Look, I can now do this and it doesn't take a week. Woo! All right, and so now let's divide this up. Let's take you and divide this up. High res. And we're going to, what are we at here? Project all. Oh yeah. Just look at that. Super exciting. It's technically Portland, suburby thing, I think.
Yeah, hopefully you, me, and Tony will all live close together soon enough. Because that's where I want to go too.
Yeah, we're going to get into an area where we can actually have a physical facility where we can work. Uh-oh. The infamous screen of weight. You know what would make this faster, Henry?
If the LEDs on your RAM work.
Yep, I'm pretty sure
God,
that.
I hate you so much.
I'm pretty sure that's it. I'm sorry if I keep hitting the mic stand. We've definitely clumped this up a little. Oh, I am projecting 11 million polys. It shouldn't take too long. Yep, the LEDs would definitely make this go faster. See how there's that dark spot right there? Yeah. That's supposed to be all LEDs.
Yeah, we got 8 sticks of, what are there, like 12 LEDs per RAM stick, and there's 8 sticks of them.
We have a lot of RAM. Yeah. All right. So, yeah, I still have all your details. So when you are doing this, it looks like right in here, just make sure that you lower your resolution. How did I get to, didn't I go all the way down to 700? No, I didn't. Grr. Well, this really didn't prove my point there. Okay. ZBrush, half. And we are going to ZBrush to half. ZBrush to half. ZBrush to half. ZBrush to half. 719 will do. And I'm going to go divide, divide, divide. Let's do our first projection here. There we go. Divide. Okay. It's worth it. Right? There are a few LEDs in there. If you had gone through the processes of us building, collapsing, doing, building, rethinking, and building again, it got to the point where I was just so frustrated of not having a computer my quest became how many LEDs can we jam into a computer. It's pretty exciting.
It was his only criteria, frankly.
At the end, it did start to become my only criteria.
I think it was pretty close to the beginning.
No, that's not true. RAM was pretty important. Actually, everything was pretty important. We just only had few choices, so I could get persnickety about LEDs. All right, so as you can see here, we have our detail. Now, this is, we're going to lower our res. And I'm going to do a move. And as long as you are keeping your rectangles roughly similar, right? You're not distorting them too much. And this has already been stretched, so it's still going to distort some. But as we come down here and do this, if we come all the way back up, you can see these are the stretches from that original one, right? They stretch, but you can see that like this stuff, it really didn't distort that much. So when you're doing your moving, this is one of the big advantages of having your subdivisions, because you can do this, move it, shuffle it around, and not really torque the geometry. As long as you're keeping the relative scale of your grid the same. You can see I've just added the taper back in. Let's come to the side. We're going to look at this, and we're going to add the taper. And now, come back up. And you can see that it didn't mangle that much. You can keep your texture going and change the scale. You can see this slipped a little. I'm just going to come back down here. And I don't want it rotating around that much. So you can just come back in and fiddle with it, sliding these around. And see how I straightened that out some. So it gives you a lot of control over your model at all stages if you retain your subdivision levels. All right. Looking good. Keep it up.
Okay. When you're ready to move on, can you go to Juan's models next? Because I have a specific question about head size, and I think his will be the easiest to show it.
I'm assuming this is Juan's frame. Okay.
Yeah. The question is there any way when you're sculpting by eye to notice if the head of a regular body is too small or too big?
Well, yeah. Okay, so normal heroic proportions are 8 head lengths tall. And so if you're doing, you know, your neighbor, chances are they're 7, 7.5. But the easiest way is to shoot for 8 head lengths. And so you literally just kind of, the head should be mid-sternum, 3. The crotch should be 4 head lengths, right? And so once you figure out what that division of 4 is, you're like, you know, whittle it around, and then that'll give you roughly the head height. If that makes any sense. I know that drawing didn't really make a lot of sense. 4. Bottom of the breast. So you can see here I think our sternum got a little short here. But do you see how the distance from the top of the head to the bottom of the breast is longer than bottom of the breast to the crotch? So we got shortened up in here is my guess, because that's one below the knee. Yeah, these are pretty close. So my guess is we got a little compressed in here, and that's what's shortening the head size. The other thing is roughly you have two heads width is your torso or your shoulders. Little tricks like that are the easiest way to tell. So I'd stick with something being about 8 head lengths high, and then you can fiddle futz with it, you know, because you can see here. Let's actually hide the hair. I just saw hair. Right, if you're looking here, no, here, don't. See how those are very similar lengths. If you look at, let's see if we can find something. I think it would probably be referred to as proportional scale. So the other thing you can get, first of all, everybody should have a set of these if you don't. I know I probably spelled that very badly. So these are proportional dividers, and they are incredibly great tools. And as you'll see right here, no, I don't want any of this. I'm just looking at it. See how you have, oh, hold on, let's zoom this out over here. See how you have the thing that says lines, and then there's 10, 5, 4, 2, see 2/3, 3/4, that scale. So what you do is you close the dividers so they're both lined up, right? And then you slide that knob, there'll be a little line on it, and it's a round. So if you have your figure, if you slide this little knob up here to 8, right, then you can take these 2 points and go on your body, right? I got arms and my little legs, and put them there, and then you can this side will be 1/8. Does that make sense? How that works? So proportional dividers are the easiest way to see if your things are. Wow, I didn't realize we had a train that close. Do you all hear that?
I don't.
Oh, really? Yeah, good mic. So I would say this is the easiest way to do it. And they make cheaper plastic ones. I mean, you don't have to buy super accurate ones. But these are really powerful, really good tools. And they're great. If you have one that has the plastic tips, you know, you can use it against your computer screen without worrying about it scratching or whatever. But incredibly wonderful, powerful tools for exactly that. Now, let's look at human. Yeah, so they have these charts, and a lot of them are ergonomic charts, right? So if you do ergonomic studies, often you will find ideal proportion charts, And you can see here's your head, see head to chin, head nipples, blah, blah, blah. There are plenty of charts that show uh, proportions. And if you look at ergonomic charts as opposed to artistic charts, they're really based on research as opposed to art. But yeah, like see here, a 1-year-old is only 4 heads high, an adult 8 heads, 15 years is what, I can't even see what that says. But I would say this is, finding a chart like this is probably one of your easiest ways of figuring out relative proportions of the figure.
Cool.
I hope that answered the questions.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So should we stick with Juan, or are we going to blow Juan off until later?
Well, he just joined in the voice chat, so probably blow him off and do it later.
Okay.
Makes sense.
No, we can do you now. What do we got?
Hello, sir. How are you?
Oh, very well. And yourself?
Good, good. Good to hear you.
Yeah, I'm feeling okay. I mean, I feel a little better now that this is all sort of here. I mean, it's still chaos. I mean, like, I can't use my bathroom because it's still stuffed with boxes.
Flush it.
And, yeah,
Flush it before you use it.
yeah, it's rough. But it's coming. We got up, we got the machine running, and pretty much everything installed. Everyone can hear me and see me, I think. So that's a good sign. Yeah, you know.
So how much RAM do you have there?
What is it? 246? Is that what it is?
256.
256. I have a couple. And you know what would make them go faster?
If the LEDs work.
If the LEDs were working. It just leaves this black, dark spot in my heart.
Yeah, that's
Oh my
a shame.
God.
You gotta return the tire machine.
Oh no, we've already done that. No. That's never happening again. We'll make this one work, I assure you. Yeah. All right. So, as you can see, your proportions are a little wonky, but I think you did that because you fiddle-futzed around with the pose to get it to work within the graphic that you have, would be my guess. But, you know what? Who cares? I mean, at the end of the day, if you're looking at the proportions of this part, I don't see anything that are screaming to me bad. And the reason that is it's proportioned to the background as well as to the body. So your proportions work well with the frame that it's sitting in.
And I can tell you exactly why. I
Why?
was using the software that you suggest, the Pi Matrix.
And you broke it into 9? Oh no, I see what you're saying. You broke it in. You hit your, yeah. There you go. Well, that explains it, because the eye's looking for your points. You hit them, and so it's the internal proportions of the part work well, even though she's a little out of proportion, and that's fine. Like I said, especially when you're doing something like this where it's not just a figure. Right? Often your figures, or let's say your horse, or, you know, whatever it is, can wind up being out of proportion to its self, but the proportions actually look nicer because it's tied to the whole. So there you go. See? Clever guy. Now, are these supposed to be letters? Did I lose everyone? Are you there?
I'm here,
I can
but
hear you.
I couldn't hear you.
Oh, I said, are these supposed to be letters?
No,
IHHI?
no, coincidental. Just
Okay, so I would change that. Either make these have a similar form, because people are going to read that as IHHI, right? Because the two H's really read as letters. Now, the other thing you could feasibly do is make these a scoop or something where changing the thickness of the bar turns it into something that's a little bit more architectural.
Okay.
Um,
Makes sense.
but figure, let's look at it from the back.
Just make the second one a W, and then you're good to go.
And then it'll just stand for House of Wittelsbach House.
No,
Yeah.
Henry Williams.
I know what you were heading at. I claimed it first. So. Yeah, let's. Yeah. You know, just look at this. It's like, okay, well, we have this. So, why is this frame, one, not symmetrical, and then what is it trying to be or do? It looks like. Is it Muncha?
Yes.
Yes.
Alfonso.
Yeah. Right. Okay. I every time I try to remember his name, I get Muka, and I'm like, I know it's not Muka. It's Muncha, right?
Yeah, means a lot.
Yeah. That's mucho. No, that's Spanish. Okay.
Close enough.
So probably what I would do is actually line these up with these spikes a little bit more.
Uh-huh.
Especially because his patterning is so tight. I mean, it's really quite impressive. He's tight. You know, and like if you want something to be different, you know, you could turn this into something that becomes an architectural element. But the one thing about his work is these are very tight repeating forms. And you know, you could do something where it's not necessarily symmetrical, but where, you know, these things are tying into a repeating rhythm. So instead of having the H's, you know, you can have something that is kind of giving you this oval shape, but it's really just an implied thing in the arm. And then here you could turn it into a little pokey bit. You could turn it into a little pokey bit, and then here you get the return. So it's almost what like the cathedrals were doing with rose windows. He has a lot of that rose window feel, you know. So I would probably try to go back to something, one, a little more circular driven in the sense that the repeating patterns have something to do with a circular background. And I know that you started to do that in the, where are we? No, we're not there.
Yeah, makes sense.
Right. And I mean, you can see here, you kind of are starting to do it. And then you just randomly jumped into H's. And I don't know. And none of them are on. What's interesting is that you were trying to go inside the forms, right? And then you couldn't resolve that with the center parts. Or you didn't resolve that with the center parts. In the sense of, okay, I don't mind this playing this wall. But, you know, if you're going to do it, especially if you're trying to replicate that feel, right, this consistent repeating form is something that his artwork is all about. And, you know, I get the idea of wanting to modernize, and I get the idea of wanting to not copy, right, where you're just trying to be inspired by. But when you are being inspired by, what you need to really wrap your head around is what is it that makes these designs what they are. And his non-symmetrical, very contrapposto figures, right? He has a lot of figures that are facing 3/4 and are presenting themselves, right? With this rigid repetition of form. Right. So what it does is that rigidity in the background accents that Art Nouveau contrapposto, in all, okay, not all, but, 90% of his women are, a 3/4 presentation, which is very Nouveau, or they're very staid and rigid, right? And then you have an off center where the pattern does something more, like that, where it's coming off and over, and then the figure is very straight. So
Yeah.
his the contrast in motion in form is what really makes a lot of his work so dramatic. And that's why he did a lot of like playbills and things like that, because they were also very nice within he's a very rectangle composer, so it makes for really lovely pieces that are tied to that, like book cover, playbill cover. He worked a lot with them, so there's a lot, like bar menus. He did a lot of bar menus.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that reevaluate what it is that makes those pieces nice, right? Because I mean, you're not saying this piece is not nice, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm just
No,
saying
I get it.
that you have it going pretty well, right? The other thing I would probably think about doing is, when you're conceiving this, and this goes back to understanding why his work works, right? But you're thinking about, okay, this is my presentation form here, this is my frame, right? And you have this very dramatic angle to your frame. But interestingly enough, her feet, this, it has no curve, if that makes sense. This is just sort of a straight shift off the hip, so you're cocking that hip a little.
Okay, that's where I'm missing my proportion then.
Yes.
Because the hip is not tilting to the right.
Exactly. You've compressed this area here. But I would think about not having her feet together, and maybe turning this into something where, so maybe this leg is out some, and then you're getting, maybe rotate her torso just a little bit more,
Okay.
and that would give, that dramatic presentation, which is really that Art Nouveau sliding into Deco, because how much of the Deco stuff is,
Mm-hmm.
So if you are going to do it where it's straight, I think that that really kicking this, kicking that hip up, getting this curve in the torso a little more. Because see, you're not showing a pinch in the torso. See how the torso is pretty straight, and you tried to fix it here by kind of punching this out, but none of this meat up here is pinching together, right? Because I mean, she would be, if we're dealing with Bean World, is a much more dramatic step there. And I think that contrappostoing the twist would also help some, because there's a lot of twist in the body, in the pose and where it's at. But if you look, like, her breasts are pretty much square on the front, her knees are pretty square on the front, so there's not a ton of, let's go to our figure here, there's really not a ton of twist there, right? I mean, look, the breasts are pretty close, but look at how shifted. You see, you have a pretty good shoulder shift. This is coming out, but the breast did, see, your shoulders pulled away from the torso, but the torso didn't twist. There we go. Here we're finding our issue. Right? That's your torso block. But your breasts didn't follow the twist. See, this is still trying to be flat to front. So that's why the twist isn't looking as dramatic, because these, I mean, look, actually, the breast that is supposed to be behind is actually in front of the other breast. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah, almost like if her T-spine got stuck.
Yeah.
So I'm not getting like enough torsion on her upper back.
Right, and it's funny, I think you got confused in the back, because if you look, I'll make wagers that this shoulder is farther back than this one. Do you see what I mean? But this arm is in front.
Mm-hmm.
So when you were posing, you got, because from the back, that looks fine, right? From the front, that looks fine. Mm-hmm. So where's the issue? That's why this breast got bigger. You notice? So, see the difference in the breast width? Because you're not rotating the breast, you're just making it bigger to fill in that space of that rotation. And then here, you would get... Am I drawing? What's going on here? What? What did I hit? Whatever I did, I hit it like 13 times. Hey, right at the end. All right. Yeah, sorry, I had to leave the window open because this is a sweltering hot box until I get the AC hooked up.
Yeah, part of my idea of working like the background, I wanted to have like more support between the girl, the background, and her hair.
Sure.
Because regardless if I 3D printed or not, I don't know, it was just more like almost like a practice.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no. I mean, I understand why it's there. Right. I mean, I get why it's there. And it's not, I mean, don't get me wrong, it's not horrible. But it's horrible. No. I just think you need to be careful with things that are letters, right? This is not a repeating pattern. So if this was like an ad for Holly Hansen, okay, I get it, right? I mean, it just becomes very, the monkey recognizes icons, right? And so if you have letters, they're going to be read as letters. Yeah. Oh wait, where were we? Where'd our body go? Yep. So that's the issue, and then you have about that much in. Well, I guess there's a little bend in the knee. See how much longer this buttocks is too? You see what I mean? So you're still trying to keep this stuff square, as opposed to, if that's what that is, then this is the bottom of the buttocks here, right? And if you look at this distance here, that's pretty close to that distance there, and that's a little shot. And that's because you didn't put this hip's coming up, and there's going to be a bend there, and there's going to be a stretch there, right?
Oh, and you know what? I was so concerned that her standing leg will look like strong. Then the glute had to be contracted. Since the other one, if you kind of stretching, will look like expanded.
Yep, but really, it's really funny. I'm looking up. I keep looking at my microphone and not the camera. I'm like, it's this thing right here. Why are we not making eye contact? Yeah, I think that this is this is this is the visual clue that we're missing here. That wrinkle there. And then, being melodramatic as I am, I would probably push this out a little more so you're actually getting that. But you see how that reads a little bit more like, hey, we are bending, right?
Yeah.
So I would say reevaluate your pose, actually rock the torso around, right? You know, this stuff really needs to come around. And look at how much more that's rotating now.
Mm-hmm.
And I know I've flattened the breast out and it's not the right shape and blah, blah, blah. But, and then get this actually up because we are twisting. Just kind of push that into the body, but I think you understand what I'm saying. You're a smart guy. And that would probably rotate around because she's twisting. You know, don't be afraid to get that twist, get that body moving, and yeah. That's probably up there a little more. Get that hip lower, get that hip higher. Right.
I was talking to Henry a while ago how to take this model into CNC for a bas relief.
That's easy. Oh, that's right. I was going to demo this too. Hey, thanks for saying that. I totally forgot. All right. So this goes back to the birds. You know, it's not just, let's merge visible. Where's merge visible? This is a slightly different UI than what I was using before. Okay, so we have our merge visible. So what a lot of people are going to do, like with the birds earlier, my mic stand is right under my feet. Okay, there we go. Is decide on what's important in depth. So the first thing we're going to do is take her, mask her off. We're going to take her hair. And what is that? Oh. Her pubic hair and her bow. I'm like, what is that weird little mohawk? Hide part. All right. No. There's something right there. What was that? You know what that is? Is that something that... Oh, we're doing this by polygroup. You have a scene that's a different polygroup, I bet. So we want to make sure that that goes with the body. Does everyone see what I'm talking about here? This little strip.
Yeah.
And I've just moved it. It looks masked. Let's just make sure. Okay. flip it, hide part. No. Mask is off. Show part. No. Okay, flip that, Control W, boop. She's 1. And then we go to, oh, it's every single
What
one.
do you think of this idea? I was planning to sculpt the base and either make as if she's standing on water, and then when you flip it, have a ghost in the background. Do you think that that's changing the vocabulary way too much?
No, I think the vocabulary is much more about rhythm than it is
Okay.
specifics. And you honestly, you have the rhythm, right? It's just this interior. It's just letters, and that's the only problem. If that became a rhythmic pattern that sold that same, that nice, because I mean, it's often open. Here, let's see if I can, so people know what we're talking about if they don't. Hey, I was pretty close. So you can see that even here, when he's getting pretty organic. See, I love that he did the rolling paper ads. It's awesome. But you can see that there's a lot of visual complexity here, right? But look at what he did with the hair. He got the rhythm right, but look, there's no texture in it. It's outline, right? So what he does is he plays organic against architectural, right? You can see that this is all organic, but it's very architectural. You notice she is not straight on. There's a cut to her body. She's contrapposto. She's moving a little. Here, very staid. The hair is what breaks the difference, right? But even here, she's not straight on. There's 3/4. She's presentational, very staid architectural background. She's in motion, but the background is very staid. That's not him. I'm like, that's someone knocking him off. But, there's this, and that's what makes this stuff sort of otherworldly. I mean, you can see that even here, right, you still have this sort of repetition of rhythm, right? And so these are, you're getting your rhythm in that architectural element in the background. That is keeping it geometric. And then she, is very in motion. So when I say, here's another prime example. In the background, it's all very loose, but that frame is architectural, and he plays off of this. I always love that. It's just great. Even though these are different, see, she's not center, it's motion, but her motion is coming from breaking of that rigid frame. And so that's the vocabulary I'm talking about. It's not necessarily just da 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 da, but there's that contrast of form and frame. But you can see, even as squirrely as all that is, this frame is symmetrical. These are repetition of form. Technically, these are repetition of form. They have different characters, but they're the same shape. But she's not. She's heavy here. You get a nice flow, So that's all I'm saying, is that think about how he's producing architectural framing against the non-symmetrical presentational female form.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, because I think she's just a little too rigid. Where's my shift button? All right, so as far as making this for milling, so here's our background. I would start where she is at, probably her back, and I would flatten this. And let's see what we have. So the background can be flat. And I'm going to flatten this even a little more. And and then I'm going to take this area right here. And I'm going to puff this out a little, because the foreground should have a little bit more depth. And so now with her, I tend to make the ear my first hit, right? Because everything behind the ear really doesn't matter. So we're just going to flatten that out pretty dramatically, right? Because it's behind her head. And then I'm going to take my next area. We're just going to go out past the breast there. And we're going to flatten that in. And now, I might have flattened those a little too much, but, and now when we bring this in, you can see we've flattened it, but where is it important? Where's the depth important? So now we can come back in and say, okay, well, I want the face. Come on. No. Fine, I'll switch to a brush. Just trying to be clever there. Giving a little bit more thickness there. And then I tend to use move, and where I'm bringing things back into something. I did myself one. Is kind of pull this back to be relative to the background. Normally, I wouldn't have it that loose. That just got a little sloppy because of the masking. Here, you probably want to bring your breast out just a touch. Let's hide auto group. We'll bring her. Try to go from straight lines. Right, where you have your intersections, either move them back or smooth back to them. And you can start to see the moments that are giving you depth, right? And so instead of squishing that knee, we're just going to bring it back out. And you can see that hand's a little bit more dynamic there. I flattened her poorly, I apologize. Bad flatter. Alright. And you can see that we've picked that handful of moments that, like her fingers, her breast, her face. I guess I squished those toes too. Somehow I caught that whole front of her and didn't mean to. And now we bring this back and in. We move her back into position. now we can probably re-squish this just a touch. Move her back some more. Just make sure everybody's right. We go to group front. We'll have to look Control W first, now group front. It's so funny, just them being slightly different is really problematic for me. Alright, and so now we go boom. Mask that, rotate that, drag that back. Ooh, pull it back. Wait, what did I get there? We want you selected. Why are those not getting selected? So, turn the gizmo off. Alright, there we go. Now we have W, rotate around. You can see now only the back is moving. Find a place that is roughly back of that. Boom. Now that's solid. And now we come back over here, Control W, then group front. Nope, group front. Turn our lines off so we can see what's going on. Lines off. There we go. Rotate. Bring it back to the back. Boom. Stamp. And there you go. Now, like I was talking to the bird guy, just because we flatten this out so much, here's where you can take advantage of just pulling some of this back down and around. Obviously, you have to be more careful than this so you don't mangle everything. But, like, you know, you can get almost your full shoulder and neck depth here, right?
Yeah.
Because there's so much depth there, that can be 3/4 round, you know. Here, you know, you're only going to go back so much. But you can see that you can get a lot of dimensionality out of that. The other thing you want to make sure you're doing, if you do have that rotation, after you flattened it, try to get it to be a little bit more full, if that makes any sense.
Yes, it does.
You know, make sure that from the top, because we flattened this, we lost a lot of that dimensionality. Make sure that you are getting that rotation, so as the shadow casts, one thing is behind the other. And you can see, there you go. It's flat, it's ready, and then obviously you have Dynamesh and all that crap. But, or if you like the sculpt and you don't want to trash your geometry, you can remesh by union, duplicate, decimate, or remesh, and then reproject, and that'll give you a model that you can then work on as a flat part.
Okay. Now I have a last question.
Nope.
Do you mind to turn her hair back on?
Oh, I forgot her hair. When I merged her, I turned... Where'd her hair go? Okay, Yep. Here's her hair. I don't know what I did.
There you go. Now, do you see how I have a cylinder behind? I intentionally put that one because that was where my question was. Spin it 360, you will see it.
Yeah, right here.
Yes, perfect. Okay.
Hmm.
Now, do you see the front, that part on the front? The hair curves. If I throw it into a CNC machine, will it make the shape?
Mm.
You see how the hair coils, but then overlaps with the hole.
Um,
There in the
no.
front
Well,
view.
I mean, if you have a 5-axis machine, yeah, it can get under there. If you're just doing it flat, you're going to get flat.
Okay.
But that's not a problem. I forgot the hair over there, obviously. But when you're doing group front, I think this is what you're asking me. When you're doing this and you bring this back, are you saying that undercut right there?
Yes.
Well, see, when you've done that, you removed all those undercuts by just dragging everything flat back. So
Yeah.
it looks like that, but it's not there. Does that make sense?
Mm, yes, it does.
So, no, you don't have to worry about that stuff. If they have like a 5-axis mill that can actually cut up under it, yeah, you can get that. But
Mm.
you know, I don't think that any of that's dramatic enough to be a problem.
Okay. Okay.
Did that answer the question?
Everything. I'm impressed. Thank you. I have a lot to work there. Having a lot of fun.
Awesome. Yeah, I think that when you start twisting and posing, make sure you're doing it to the block, not the arm or the right. You know, think about what's happening when that's happening, and make sure you're twisting the whole thing. Make sure that your pose or your torso blocks and leg blocks are following you know, your form. And that's why often when I do bodies now, I'll just do, you know, one block for each segment. So when I go all the way down, I can pose it very easily.
Mm-hmm.
Something to think about. What's the big artwork in the bug of the leg?
In our view, just to the right of your head.
Oh, that? That is my friend Sarah Takahashi's paintings. And there's another one actually right there. So I have a bunch of severe women looking at me all the time. Sarah Takahashi. She's awesome. And yeah. There's all kinds of good art here. I like art.
Oh, Henry just commented that we can try it on CNC. Well, I was referring a friend. I didn't want to say Henry. I don't want to put it on the spot, but yeah.
Yeah.
That's me.
Henry who? Yeah, what's Henry who was talking about?
LEDs.
Yeah, and I have a 3-axis, not a 5-axis. So any undercuts are going to be a problem.
Okay.
But you know what makes it cut sharper?
Mm.
LEDs. If I could get IQ to run my mill, I'd be stoked.
Somehow there's a way, but I will not be participating in it.
Yeah, you will. We are so making my matrix mill run off of IQ.
Have you wondered how much you're gonna pay for electricity with all those LEDs?
None. LEDs are free electricity, didn't you know? Isn't that the technology? Free electricity? Just like
Yeah.
NFTs, they don't have it.
No, quite the opposite of NFTs.
You know how many plants you can grow with those LEDs? You can have an entire greenhouse.
You know what you can't do?
True.
Get my RAM to light up.
Oh.
Not yet. We're working on it.
I'm gonna stick a little plant in there and see if we can grow something. He's like,
Yeah,
you
you
are
know,
not. You're
those
keeping
It's the
plants
wrong
on.
wavelength. No, it's not gonna work.
those Simpson tomato plants, you know.
Right. That's what I'm talking
If you
about.
stick a plant in there, if you try to water a plant in your new computer, I'm gonna come to your house and not to say hi.
It'll be pretty. It's so
Right on,
funny
right on.
that our poor audience doesn't realize the drama that we went through to get this fantastic machine. And yeah, it was. I went through 7 months of stress, but it's awesome sauce.
Oh, good stuff. Good stuff.
It is. All right.
Well,
Are you
thank
done
so
yet?
much.
Are you done? Do I still have to deal with you? See, now this is where I always get in trouble. People are like, "Oh, you're so mean to people." I'm like, "He's my friend. I can
Oh,
be mean
yeah,
to him."
yeah, no.
Yeah.
We
The
hang-
last
we hang
time
out on the weekends.
was it? It wasn't Sarah. Who was it that I was a little snarky
Kat.
to?
Oh,
Yeah,
Cat.
to Kat, and like, man, we got complaints in the system. They were like, "God, he's a jerk. I don't want to show anyone anything. He's mean." I was like, sorry.
No, people. It's called tough love. It's all good.
Yeah. Whoa. Boy, without the Pro engine in this, that arm's a little bit more exciting. Gets a little poppy there. Took my camera over the other night. Popped up. It's just like, boom, I'm like, no. All right.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you for everything.
No, of course, my friend. Anytime.
I'll bring it next week or so, and we digest it.
Cool. Sounds
Cheers.
indeed. All right, what do we have here? I guess that. Oh, that's interesting. Do you see this? He left the concept art on the ball.
How hot would you say your Cintiq is?
Well, I mean, it's not bad. It's not like hot to the touch. I mean, it's warm. I wear gloves because my hands get sweaty.
If I put my hand on either of my two non-Cintiq monitors, and then on the Cintiq, they feel exactly the same. So I mean, it's as hot as a normal monitor.
Yeah. I mean, it's like if I rest my hand on it, it gets moist enough to be sticky when I move it, or drag. But I mean, it's not hot. That's why I have a bunch of gloves, because when it gets all sticky. All right. Your form's really nice. Looks great. I don't know if I turned everything on so things are on that shouldn't be on. What is this guy? Let's turn you off. Let's turn you off. Is that what it's supposed to be? I don't know if those two are supposed to be there. I think when I turned everything on, now I could be wrong about this, but I think that those shoulder bits, where'd they go? Come on. Okay. Okay, that helps a lot. I was like, why can't I do anything here? Holy Hannah. So first thing I would say is use folders. Folders are going to help your life a great deal, because there's no reason for all these to be in just one strip. It makes it really hard to keep and track stuff. It makes it much more difficult. The easiest way to group folders is, let's say we're going to go here and you want all of these spikes in one folder. So we're just going to go boom, and then come back in and turn on our spikes. Where are you? Let's turn you off. Where is it? Because you don't want to be spending your time doing what I was just doing. Hunting. Alright, so now, oh, this is hair. Okay, is that one? Yeah, that one. That one. Oh, that one. Oh, that one. Oh, that. Nope, that one's not. Okay, so we have this group of stuff. Turn that on. Go to W. Turn on all. And now when you come down here, see, like we have all of these, they're visible, and we have all these selected. We're going to come down here and go new folder. And see how it says, several of the visible subtools are currently activated for multi-transpose. Would you like to create a new folder containing all of these? We go, yes. And look at that. We're going to call this hair. Top hair, whatever. And so now, it took all of those 18 selected tools and put them in one folder. So just come back through this and find your groups. And so now you're going to call that front hair, right? New folder, boom. Yes, front hair. And now you have a whole folder with those parts in it. And so this makes it really easy for you to go through this piece. And I mean, because you just have so many individual parts that it makes it difficult to keep track and work. So use folders, organize your files. It's going to help you a great deal, especially when you don't label your files. Labeling's important. Don't listen to me because I never label. Well, when I'm working, I do label, but I never label in my demos, and I'm always like, labeling's important. Labeling's important. And then let's see what we have here. See how these, okay, so I'm assuming that this piece and this piece, or these sets of pieces, are early explorations of where this piece is. So I'm assuming that these are not actually part of your model because they hide some things. So we're going to turn that off. And then this is the other one. No, that's the good one. It's you we're going to turn off. Get these out of the mix. Because I'm assuming those are not supposed to be there. Because they cover up a bunch of stuff and they're ugly and they're not finished off. If they are supposed to be there, they cover stuff up, they're ugly, and they should probably go away. I mean, that just makes a nice, because none of these are actually going around and creating a collar or anything. Nope. I'm still sticking by my story. I don't think they're supposed to be there. All right. So get rid of crap that's not supposed to be there, because often someone will say show all, and you'll get crappy parts of your model to show up, and people are going to be like, oh, yeah. It's a mess. Okay, next. Everything is really tight and clean. Now, this is where I'm assuming that this stuff is doubled up intentionally, and that's fine. I don't mind the doubling. It looks like a nice texture. But be careful. See, like right here. See, is this two faces? I think we have a couple things turned on here. Yeah, it is. So no, I think probably you... I mean, if you were doubling it to give yourself like these double textures, I mean, because you have a nice linear pattern, that looks like that could work. So that's what was confusing me here. And I'm thinking... Okay, so that's an early part. This is your finished pose part, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, so these pieces that are not actually the part, right, because now it's not double. Make sure you put that stuff in a folder so someone can turn it off, because it gets very confusing, as you can see right now. All right, well, what I was going to tell you about the odd surfaces intersecting obviously aren't an issue right now. You did it really well with the hair. I would say I would still like to see this instead of instead of these being grooves, make them steps. It makes that stepping nicer. It also ties into the hair. You did a really good job with it in the hair, so don't get lazy. Make sure that those forms stick together. Yeah, no, he looks great. But you see when I turn everything on, you have doubles and stuff, and that is problematic. There we go. Now, so I'm thinking it's hard to tell because it's the same color as these guys here. I think that's a tooth. I think we're definitely getting the implication that that is a tooth, right? We have that. And this is where illustrators have a much easier job than we do, because they're like, oh, it's a line, and you're just stuck with it. Where I would say that we, on the other hand, have to deal with real dimensionality. So I would, let's turn, symmetry is turned on, W, rotate that around, no, you. Bring those in. Bring those in. And now you're stuck with, what do you do with the mouth? Because here they just drew a straight line. Sadly, you have teeth you have to deal with, right? So what's going on here? Auto group. Okay. I'm going to take you. And we are going to fundamentally, I would say we want to actually take this lip, move, bum, bum, push this out a touch. So instead of getting a real twisty sort of around the tooth, we're trying to retain that straight line sort of feel. And so we got that. Take clay tubes. have quick save at? Alright, what do we have over here while we're waiting? People asking about the character. Before this keeps doing this, preferences, quick save. Let's change this to 120 minutes because I just don't need a ton of it right now. File. Okay, it's not saving undo history. All right. So we're keeping that straight line. Instead of going around the tooth, I'm just going to come in and kind of make this, just make sure that my edge is on the line I want that to be. Boom. Let's turn everyone else on. Hide these. I'm just going to delete these guys because I don't want to look at them at the moment. No, not duplicate. Okay, now I can use that button. Where'd the rest of his face go? Show part. There we go. And that just nailed. Wow. That adjust. You guys need to go away. Or is that the good one? Did I do this wrong? Let's get back to you, so that means you are the off piece. Alright, I'm gonna call that. And so now, and now that tooth is going into the mouth. Obviously, you're going to resolve that how you resolve it, but if you're going to have something that's a tooth, make sure that, see, that's coming in, it's not, it doesn't make any sense because it's not going into the mouth. So make sure that things that are supposed to be inside surfaces actually are. accidentally delete something? I might have. See, use folders. I don't know what I did. I deleted something. But, yeah, the only thing sculptural-wise I see was the nose ridges. And then just make sure that the tooth is inside the mouth. All right, really, that's all I have to say. It's gorgeous. It looks great. Killing it. All right, who is next? Ah. Excuse me. Sorry, guys, I have the yawns. My morning started really early today. Okay. All right, that's fairly unobtrusive. You need to be careful when you're putting stuff inside so you don't get too melodramatic. This is fine. I think that here again, and when I told you the last time we talked, which was months ago now it seems, I want you to start exploring breaking some of these shapes up. And what I mean by that is in your form here, this step height, this step height, this step height, this step height, this step height. These are all basically the same. So you're not getting a very deep exploration of the surfaces, and you're using a lot of metal to get there. And so I want you to kind of start thinking about how you're breaking these surfaces up and how to make them a little bit more interesting. Because you're good at this, right? You're actually getting this flavor down pretty well. But I think that you're going to be able to start creating much more dynamic forms if you start thinking about really breaking some of these layers up and breaking the shapes up so they're not all just presentational flat front. And what I mean by that is alright, we don't want X and Z, I just want X. Or I just want Z. Nope, I always forget we have two versions of these. Alright, we're going to start to get a little bit more melodramatic here. Now I'm going to turn X off. And once again, I'm not saying that this is the correct answer. I'm just trying to give you a little bit more to think about on this and how to start exploring your forms a little bit more complexly. And so you have, let's see. That goes to there. And so this comes back down to that concept of how do you, or how can you think sculpturally as opposed to like illustration. So I would argue you're still, and it's funny because you're creeping up slowly, bit by bit, every time. But thinking about these as sculptural objects as opposed to illustrated objects, I guess. Boop. Ooh, that's not fun. So when you start changing these surfaces up where you're getting a little bit more depth and sculptural information into them. Ooh, what did I do with my toolbar there? Got excited. Deleted it. I'm deleting all kinds of things. Do you know why, Henry?
Because the LEDs don't work.
No, I don't have enough light because the LEDs don't work. Don't get all frustrated. It's okay. I have faith. And I obviously have no plan, so I'm just making this up as I'm kind of going along here, obviously. Right, so you can see that I've taken your form. No, I left out a. Even better. And I started to try to think about it sculpturally as opposed to as an illustration. And you can see how much more dynamic that surface is. So your forms and your ideas are really getting there. They're coming along. They're becoming dynamic and interesting. But now I really want you to, instead of, running with what's making you comfortable, at this point, step out a little and try to figure out how to view this as your block up, your design block up. And now come in and think about these a little bit more sculpturally, get a little bit more depth into them, and kind of wrap your head around them as sculptural objects. Hopefully that makes some sense. But just see how much more depth and interest and reflective surfaces you have there. Alright. No questions? Are we doing okay there?
Yup.
Alright, so let's look at the next one. When you actually go to start setting this stuff, you're going to need more meat around it than that. That's pretty thin. When you're doing this, always think about making things that feel a little fat. Because if we go here, and we measure that wall is 1.8 tenths of a millimeter. That's not thick enough. So here again, I think that, you're really good at getting to this point. You know what I mean? I think you're starting to understand the ideas of design vocabulary. You're sticking with it, right? You're not using 3 different design vocabularies in one piece. Hallelujah. It's looking great. But I want you to start thinking about these as sculptural objects and just getting in, playing with your depth, giving yourself airspace. Think about the negative space, and it's going to help you a lot. I mean, just, boop, boom, boom, X, Y, R, 100. Okay. So give you a little bit more meat there. Clay 2, 0. Okay. And then again. Why am I oh, because that's the one he leaves it on, isn't it? I'm like, why do I always start with the lower resolution one? Right, and here again, just turning these things into things that are slightly more dimensional and sculpted, you see you're losing a lot of the interest in your forms because the thicknesses of the lines and the steps being so consistent, it's sort of homogenizing down. Because I think your forms and your shapes are coming up nicely. Sorry. Oh my goodness. Alright, what do we have here next? Well, see, I mean, that's a lot more interesting. Now, remember those hollow spots, right? You're never going to be able to get those to... Well, okay. If you're only doing one, you can get it to work. If you plan to make a mold on it or produce multiple parts, these air spaces like this aren't going to cut it. Now, if that's not the setting, that's interesting. Very rarely do you see people hide their stones in things. I tend to bury stones, so I feel you. See, this one's just more visually interesting because you have so much more going on as far as depth information or depth story. I think I probably would have... I mean, so here's a perfect example. If you have this, see, you have this really cool stuff, and then you just sort of drew this on. Now, if you think about it, like interesting sculpted forms, you can get... I'm doing it again, alright. Where you make these something that's kind of showing the depth in the displacement of the surface, and that's more dramatic than I did it both sides. Code. All right. And these are way too big to be on the inside of the ring. One, they'll be very hard to fit. And two, that's just pretty dramatic. That's a pretty severe step. So I would say that these are too big on the inside. That'd be my call. But, I mean, this is getting to the place where you're thinking a lot more dimensionally. All right. Well, here again. I mean, see, you're definitely starting to wrap your head around this more dimensionally. But, don't be afraid to see how you just step these in. Don't be afraid to, kind of break it up a little and just get yourself, slightly different form shapes. Everything doesn't have to return back to flat. And see here, you started to get that. Well, mirror this. Look at how, you concentrated to get that to be a peak, but this doesn't make a ton of sense as far as a form. So let's kind of do that. And now you're telling a similar story without going behind the other. But this is cool. Way to protect your form. Yeah, no. I would say that these last two at least have been more interesting in the way you're thinking about the parts. Do we have one more? We do. Okay. You can have this kind of stuff going on the inside the ring. It just can't be this steppy. This is a lot of stuff going inside this ring. And that is going to start to wear uncomfortably. Probably. It's shocking what wears and doesn't wear. Your post seat. These work. This post seat thing is fine. Just remember that you want your prongs to... Your prongs really want to be a little deeper here. Yeah, probably something like that. You want them to be just under half. here you have all this really interesting, cool movement. I probably would have combined these and ditch this. Or maybe, do something with it as a shape. But definitely make these prongs. See, there's just having that flat plate there. You have all this nice curvy organic motion, and then it just ends in this flat plate. But even these are getting more dimensional. But see, even in a case like this where you have these nice cut forms, there's still the repetition of form that's the same thickness and the same height is a visual vocabulary that you can, say, oh, that's my vision, right, or my voice. But try to get some organic. I mean, you have these beautiful organic shapes. Don't just flat drop it. Spend a little bit more time with your pieces and take them to a slightly more finished point, as opposed view these as sculptural blockouts, and now really start to go in and refine fit and form. Yeah, but they look great. You're doing a wonderful job. No, we were just here. Okay, so what time is it? It is
10:38.
I need to make a potty break and see if I can convince one of my roommates to make me coffee while I come back to you guys, because I'm yawning. All right, Henry, tap dance.
Right. Be right back on the screen.
Oh, good call. Well, we have this lovely thing right here. Sorry guys, things still aren't in place, so I'm still sort of like, where's everything? No. See, stop, everybody. What's your tapping there? How did this all move? I just did something catastrophic with my format there. New text. Be right back. Pigs in space. Right back. Oh my. Oh man, I'm crippled. Holy Hannah. Ooh, it's toasty in this hot box. All right. Yeah, I read things wrong. Dyslexia is always an exciting adventure. Can you hear me? Henry? Henry!
Hey,
Just making sure.
I can hear you.
Everybody got real quiet there for a second. I'm like, oh no. Okay. Who's crazy focused? Oh. All right. We've already looked at this part. We're on to this other person here. Okay, doke. Is that close? It is. All right. So there's something about the face that I'm not quite putting my hands on. See? No. Without the tongue, actually. I'm thinking that the pivot point on the jaw might be wrong. So what I'm seeing here is this. Like, without the tongue, actually, you are getting some of this stretching, and the chin is feeling longer and open. But the tongue, I think you're missing some of that extension, so it doesn't really look like the face is dropping in. And I think what might resolve that is when this opened, it feels like this got longer and your jaw got shorter. So somehow getting the jaw to open up so the angle of the jaw is a little bit more, and then that way you're seeing the jaw here. So you're feeling that stretch. I have to think about that one for a bit. Something is bothering me about the length of the jaw here compared to the length of the jaw here, and it doesn't, like, right here it feels like it's opening, right? And from the side, but for some reason back in here I'm not feeling the full extension of this for some reason. I don't know why. Off the top of my head, I don't know why.
Okay. Hello.
So there's something going on there. Whether it is there's not enough stretch here, like, right? I can't put my finger on it right now, but there's something up with the stretch in here. Especially with the tongue out, it hides the shape of the mouth. You know what I mean? So we're getting, yeah, maybe it's even getting like this fold becoming a little more dramatic or something. Not exactly sure. I need to feel that the jaw's opening out here, not just in here, if that makes sense. It might be grabbing a quick skull. Well, here, let's just do it. I'm sure we can find a skull model real quick. Tools, miscellaneous, and Ryan has a skeleton here. And we are going to append our skeleton. I'm going to take you and delete all. let's come back in here. Let's go to here. Let's hide everybody. Oh, he's so tiny. He's a little tiny skeleton. Delete hidden. Auto group. Boom. 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 Okay. Delete it. Now let's make you bigger. Hello. Why is Gizmo?
I am here.
Oh no, Gizmo wasn't coming on. I'm like, I've lost Gizmo.
I thought that I have some technical issues also.
What is going on there? Oh, it's not center. Turn symmetry off. Center. Frame. Your head should be right there. Yeah, there we go. I'm not sure what it is. I might just be seeing things. I mean, there's just something going on there that I'm not understanding. So let's go transparency. Let's get our head kind of in the right place. Alright, that's pretty close. A little smaller maybe. So, really, you're not going to give me the teeth too? I see how you are. Oh, you're a pain in the butt. Okay, hold on. Stop it. Gonna mask that off. Flip it. High part. We're going to come in here and take these out with them. Okay. We're going to mask you, Control W. We're going to show part. We're going to mask you, flip, Control W. Now we're on. What? Language switching. What is it talking? No, that's not what we're looking for. We're looking here. We're looking here. W. We're going to rotate. We're going to bring this out. And we're going to drop it. So now we have our mouth open. So if we are... Maybe that's what it is. Okay, let's... So that is the directionality of the front about there, right? Our eye sockets, our teeth, which means your jaw's not bad. So maybe our issue is so let's look at you. So maybe it is that this needs to come back. That keeps the jaw the same length. That brings this back more, which then in turn gives us a little bit more squishy. So I would get a skull out like I just did and figure out the placement of this jaw, because I think what happened is why it's feeling long is you opened it as if like it wasn't on a pivot, if that makes sense. So your silhouette, you know, if that's closed, you know, that sort of makes sense. Thank you, I truly appreciate it. Coffee. Roommates are awesome. Well, roommates that make you coffee are awesome. Right, because this is sort of a straight line from nose, lips, teeth, but it's at a back angle. And so what might have happened is if we're pivoting from there, this all drops back just a little, which kind of pushes up the cheek, which comes down, and it's sort of, I think, maybe the lip's a little too tall, the chin's a little too far forward, and this length needs to be figured out. And since it's on a pivot, instead of dropping straight down, right, you're getting the angle. Did I download Lazy Mizubi? I think I did. There it is.
Yes.
Okay. They changed my hook. I don't know why they would ever do that. File, hook window. I've clicked that. Now hook window. Oh, you are really settings. Oh, I'm gonna poke you in the eye. Settings. Where's key? Edit shortcuts. Hook window is Control 1. Thank you very much. Okay. Control 1. Hey, look at that. That was painless. Okay. So now we're going to drag this over here. Look at how small that menu is at this resolution. Isn't that nice? the Cintiq at work, or at the office, this is like a 2-inch bar. Okay. Stop. Okay. So if we go boop, and we got all my settings are completely off. There we go. Right, so if that's our pivot point roughly, well, that's probably the bottom lips, like more out here. But you can see that the lip is out a little too far, I think. Yeah, I think that, let's everybody stop. Escape. Oh no, that's okay. Oh, what did I just do to them? Sorry, I feel I've lost days of work. I'm so confused. I think it's the positioning of the face in some ways. So what you have is, this is pretty presentational. And then that pivot isn't where the bottom jaw is. So download that skull and play with it, because you can see in the transparency, right, because of this bone structure, the upper face is actually up a little more, and then when the jaw is dropping down, because it's on the pivot, it's sinking past this flat line here, which is normally right, because in a skull you normally have your face and jaw, your nose, your lips, and your chin are usually a straight line at that angle. And I think that angle's a little shallow here. It's not bad, but and that's, you know, the jaw's back in here. So I'd play with that just a bit. Sorry, I'm still trying to figure out exactly what it is that's bothering me.
You're fully right. I just sculpted it with closed mouse and then moved to get the expression, and likely I lost something.
Yeah, I just think that this all just rides up under this a little bit more, maybe, and that maybe just a touch wider as well. Because sadly, we just lose so much of the mouth position with the tongue. Because if you're sticking your tongue out, you're not just going, you're going, you know, you're pulling this back to make width for the tongue. So maybe that's it too, that I'm just not seeing, you know, I'm not seeing the drama of the mouth being pulled back, but it's just, so I think that by, you know, getting a little bit more of this coming back and around, that'll help some too, if that makes sense. And like I said, obviously,
Yes, for sure.
this isn't wonderful, but I think you kind of get the idea. And that gives the face a little bit more drama. The other thing is you may want to, when you're getting the wrinkles here, because this is actually pressing up. And I know these are stylized faces, so, you know, I know the anatomy's not quite, you know, you're not shooting for a portrait or anatomical correctness on that level. But I think this is the other thing that's bothering me, is that the distance between the bottom of the eye and the cheeks aren't raising. So, I think you're probably going to get a little compression in the eyes. And if the eyes are open, you know, they're kind of opening from the top. This is pinching and compressing, and then this is opening from the top. Because if you're doing something, you know, that's a dramatic facial gesture. So not that dramatic. You know, I think, and I'm completely mangling the anatomy here. I'm just trying to get across the idea. You know, I think that this is pinching up as a unit, and that brings the cheek and stuff up, which is giving room for that to come back and in. That is lowered. The chin drops back some, and then, you know, you're getting sort of that kind of open eye, right, where it's on the top, where if it were an animation, you know, you have eyes, and then you have eyes that are, you know, kind of like, you know, what's laughing and smiling. It's always the cheek going like this, and then these are kind of going up and over. So, you know, these are based on icons that the ape has in its mind of, you know, facial expression. So, you know, think about it as, you know, what's happening there. So the top's up, that's up and pinching. this raises this stuff up here. These muscles are contracting. That's what makes these trenches a little bit deeper. The jaw dropping back is what's pulling this back. And so you're not just getting a, that's 51, that's way too strong. Come on, stop being ridiculous. All right. You know, that's what's giving that little bit of tension there. Right. That's coming back. Point it up, nose. And that is that. Which is giving us that roll there. And that is moving up from its normal position. Because that's what's giving that. Those are poking. That's obviously flat, but boom. That's pinching there. It might be a little too long, but I think you probably get the idea. Closing the eye. Yeah. You know, it's flat. It's the anatomy's not right. I'm just trying to look at the spacing. So I think that grab a skull and look at it, position it in. And I understand this is stylized, so you know the bridge and stuff might not be in the right place. Whatever. That's not the issue. It's just these distances were bothering me some. Here, let's just go back to the beginning. And it's good coffee. It's a pour over. Oh, coffee.
Oh, fancy.
That doesn't come out of a Keurig. Oh, it's so great. All right, so
It could be much better to stream from home now.
oh, I can't even tell you. I'm like a little giddy. I'm a little happy about it. So, yeah, I think that here are issues. I think that the cheek muscle, when spreading the face, is going to rise. So this stuff has to come up a little, right? The meat of the cheek. This needs to drop back a little because it's pivoting. It's not just coming straight down. There's something about the angle of the face, but that's a stylization, I think. So I don't think that that's the issue that I'm seeing. I think with this pinching, this is going to pinch a little more because this muscle is flexing. So you're going to get this high cheek pinch in here. That's going to lead to this being a sharper dent in here. And depending on muscle and, meat, you might even get that little double dent right there. This comes in and down. That comes down and out. The chin drops back and in. And I think that might be what's bothering me. And I know that was a lousy description, but
Very detailed indeed.
I think that's the problem. All right, so now that we've figured that out, let's just turn the rest on this and look at it. As far as, just a freestanding piece with the base and stuff, I think it's nice. I mean, I like it. I think it's an interesting form. I like, the suspension sculpts and stuff are nice. I would, since it is coming into this abstracted leaf form, I would probably, and you have this nice moment right here that you can use as your dividing line. I would think about somehow or another, and yet again, this is not your answer, I don't think, but turn symmetry off, X, is taking this leaf and breaking the neck here, because there's no reason for the neck to be there. You've got this open floating air thing going down, so pulling that in and making this more of an abstraction of the leaf in some format, whether you curl it up or it just becomes a pattern or something. I'd like to see, or I think that taking this dividing line as the reality line, and then this being, that, right, where these tie in together somehow, so it's that abstraction breaking into the head. Because otherwise it looks like a decapitated head, where if you figure a way to join the leaf and this air space under here, you get these to work as the stand. So the stand is breaking the anatomy in the back of the neck, and that keeps it from just being this thing that's planted on the head. The other thing is, since it's such a dynamic leaf pose thing, I probably would like to see something in that vein, maybe, where the head is not just square presentational, but it's tied in or fits in with the rotation of the leaf somehow, if that makes any sense. Obviously you need to take the eyes and the teeth with you, but I guess I put the teeth there, you didn't. Just give it that twist. And it may be something like you have it here. Hold on. That's the base. No. Here's the base. That's the base. No. Oh, did you actually do folders? Oh, look at you. You go.
I had the folder there.
Okay, I'm just going to merge these two guys. Merge down. Okay. And now I'm going to take all you, and I'm going to merge visible. Did that work? Merge visible. That's it. So, maybe what we're doing is something like this, and this is a cheap way to go about it, but am I actually going to try to twist a 36 million poly model? Now, that got crazy, but this actually is giving a little bit more of what I was talking about. So I think that once you get this thing really tuned in, coming in and twisting it just a touch or something in that vein, you know, and obviously that was hyper melodramatic. But the only reason I say that is that this bass has such a lovely motion to it. Just having that stuck on and being symmetrical and tight, well, you just have so much more capacity to have it be more dramatic, if that makes sense. So I would come in and futz with it some and just get some motion in the part where it is, once again, tying into this feeling of the leaf and the motion of the leaf. And I know that's a little weird, but you see what I mean? How it's kinetic as opposed to just straight on with a head stump, you know. I just
Yes,
think,
yes.
I think you could get more motion out of the stand, the base, and the form. I'd like to see a little bit. And you know, the face might be straight, and maybe it's this leaf, and maybe this becomes a leaf, and that ties into this leaf or something. But where you're getting that full whip, because that whole, you know, the base there has this really nice, and then the head's just like, burr. So get the sculpt where you want it, and then figure out, you know, duplicate it and figure out how you can futz with it to get it to go around and have that sort of, you know, caught in mid twist. You know, it's almost like a Cirque du Soleil dancer moving, and you catch them. You know, it's a still photo of that motion, which is very big and dramatic, and you get that motion. And I think that the forms tie to that, and the bass ties to that. So I think that I would look for some motion in the bass form as well. Okay, I gave you a bunch of stuff to think about.
I cannot say that I understand what to do, but I got a plan.
Yeah, I wish I could tell you what to do on this one. I'm like, yeah, get in there and poke around some. You know, I think that, you know, they're just, you know, they're very interesting styles and forms, you know, and I think that taking it out of the full figure where you're getting that motion, right? And just this being a presentational bust, I think that you want to get that motion, or maybe even as much as, hold on, let's come back up here. Let's undo that real quick. How many things did I? Oh, yeah, let's just go back to the beginning. I wish there was a button that said return to start.
Make nice.
Right?
A button to make nice. you know.
Right? The
That's good.
make much better button. All right. Let us take you. Yep, get rid of everybody. And we are going to do Control W. So, no. Control W. I want you all to be one poly group. Okay, there we go. Just making sure. Show part. You know, maybe it is even something like this, where you change. No. where the head is tied to the motion of the leaf in that direction, maybe? I don't know. That's something you get to figure out. I'm like, yeah, do this.
Yes.
I'm like, yeah. All right. I'm just thinking as far as here I am putting this on my desk as a, because, right, I mean, this is a sculptural bust, right? I did some sculpting for a wildlife company, and they did a bunch of like whales, you know, like the two whales spinning together, and then like, you know, the four wild horses, or, you know, the prototypical dolphins and an otter, and, you know, that sort of wildlife stuff. And it was really funny because they wanted predator and prey, and someone else had done some predator and prey parts, and the story does have some relative there's a reason I'm telling the story. And a lot of them were, you know, like a wolf and a fox, and they were kind of like looking at each other. And I had done, it was a bobcat and a rabbit, and the bobcat was coming down like it had jumped down these stones, and it was planted on one leg and it was bent, and the rabbit had run under him, so it was kind of turning and losing his balance going forward, and the rabbit was out, and there was the eagle and the snake. And I'd done a bunch of these, and they were like, man, we said we wanted predator and prey, not just like Mutual of Omaha's wild lunchbox. And I was like, they were like, dude, what have you done? But they used them anyway. They were a little too aggressive for like what they thought of, because, you know, let's face it, most people who are buying their sculptures like play ocean sounds and have wind chimes in their house, if that, you know. my pieces are a little aggressive for that. But even them being out of the wheelhouse of what the company sold, they put them out under a different line, and they actually did incredibly well. And they were trying to figure out why. And it's because there was just so much motion in the parts. They actually, because I spent like 3 months on 4 of them, and that's a long time for me, because I was really just trying to get that pose and that motion, the shift of balance. And I find that the pieces that were most successful of mine in this genre, right? I have something, I'm going to put it on my desk, and it's going to be like on a bookshelf or a shelf, or, you know, where I'm going to see it. I find that things that are very kinetic, you keep looking at, right? Because you want to see where it's going. You know, what's that next step? What's that next motion? And it's tricky. How do you do it? And I guess the whole point of this was I was really at the apex of my hand sculpting skills at that point. I mean, I was quick, I was fast, and, you know, I had a really good eye. And those things took me months to finish, where things normally took me days to finish. So really trying to tune that concept of, you know, I had this contrast of hunter and prey, but hunter and prey, you know, unbalanced. I wrote a bunch of words down that meant it, and I tried to figure out how to tune it, and I just spent a lot of time and energy in those pieces. And they actually wound up being very successful, even though they're aggressive for that market, because you always had that next step, right? You know, if it's something is staid and symmetrical and perfect, your brain looks at it and it's like, oh, that's great, next. Where if you're getting something that you're waiting for that next step, you're like, every time you turn around, you think it's going to catch it. You know, it's in that motion. That becomes very compelling artwork. And I think that if you find a way to incorporate some sort of real dynamic motion in these, because in all reality, the forms are very dynamic and interesting. So that's my quest to you. And the other thing now that I'm looking at this, and I understand that this is stylized, but why that tongue is looking so wide and fat to me is that it doesn't have the ridge down the center. And I know that's stylized. Like, I can understand, oh, I'm not trying to make a human tongue. I was trying to do these patterns. But what that does is it makes... Here, let's go back to beginning because we don't need to be looking at this weirdo, twisty thing. What the, I thought I hit my head on something. I'm bleeding. Bizarre. Like, what is that running down my head? Blood. Alright, frame, boop. There we are. I think why and I see that you put the, you put the directionality into it. But I would probably suggest at least at the mouth area. Slash, let's trim this down. Let's make it bigger. Too much. That might still be a little too dramatic. You might be able to get away. I mean, if you're really looking for that stylized feel, you can probably get away with something that isn't quite that aggressive. But I think that getting at least some form to this where it is... where you just have a little bit more meat in there that is that sort of half round feel. See how it makes that look? It makes it look like two thinner things as opposed to one big flat thing. And I think the one big flat thing...
Yes, I just lost the bridge.
Yeah, I think the big flat thing removes the anatomy, the anatomy side of it just a little too much, where you're breaking, where your brain's looking, because I just noticed that. It took me that long to figure out that was part of it. And that thins that out dramatically. Like, the mouth doesn't weird me out nearly as much as it did. It still has issues, but I mean, that was a big part of... Remember I kept saying the tongue is blocking the form? It wasn't. The tongue didn't have the form my brain was looking for. And that also from the side gives you a lot more dynamic. See how much more motion you have there, because that helped a lot. Okay, so I don't know. You can run with that. Let's see what you got.
I will for sure work on the basis of what you say.
Yeah, like I said,
Just another iteration.
Figure that out, and then we'll step by step, right? We'll get there. We'll get there eventually.
Ooh, yes. I had a question.
I'm sorry.
No.
Of course.
I'm very grateful for all the comments. On the leaves on the head and the empty space between the head and them. And I'm concerned that if I print it and produce it, it will be a problem. Large leaves.
You mean this space in here? Like
No,
this?
all that united to the horns. Yes, and if we look from... Yes.
Yeah. So you're worried about this stuff being printed, like the airspace between the leaves and the head?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
You
They
know,
united to the head in 2 points, the flourish and the piece that unites with a large ridge.
honestly, I wouldn't worry too much about it because if you were going to produce it, I think that that airspace actually creates a nice thing. Just remember that what you're going to wind up having to do is probably, cut the part there and just have a notch and a peg, put it in, and then just reattach it and clean that seam. Because I don't think I would want to lose the lightness of because normally I'm just like, oh yeah, just slag it down and drop it. That's because those things are like, 5 millimeters, right? So those steps aren't very dramatic. I'm assuming that this is going to be, in this range, at least 12 inches or, what, 100 120 to 300 millimeters, right? So
Yes.
it's going to be a thing. And so I think that if you did the undercuts on this stuff like I do on the jewelry, or the smaller objects, miniatures, whatever, when it's a tenth of a mil, no one's going to see it. Even if it's a mil and a half, very few people are going to see it. But, this is probably going to be, a centimeter or so. So I think that you're fine. Just think about it in parts, right? Just find where, and you can even really do something with the design. You're pretty close to it right here, where you just find a place in the form that becomes the cutting point, and then just do it separately and attach it afterwards would be how I would do it. Because I like the air. I like the air in there when you're getting into pieces that are much bigger, like even here in the eyebrows. Having that stuff separated out and off the body. It's really simple to come in and create a cutter that'll make it nice and clean. And like I would probably just do these eyebrows as a separate part and have a peg there and just pop them in. Obviously, well, it depends. Because see, when we start getting to parts this big, having these returns where it actually looks like the mouth is up and inside of it and stuff, you don't necessarily, you can make it much less than it is, but you do. Hold on, let's come on. You want the feel of that return. So okay. What I normally do is just make sure that my lip is there. Where you get at least that much of the relief or, the real feel. And then you can fill this stuff in to where it becomes something that is much easier to release. But, if you're going to get these cast, these undercuts become problems. Like if you're going to get them cast big. If you're printing them, and that's why people, like a lot of things that have open mouths in sculpture, you will often see the part split like here, and then that way you can get that back up and in, and then still get that feel of it cut up and back, and then they just seam it. You fix it in the wax before you cast it, and then just go. If you're printing them, who cares? I mean, you just have to clean the supports. It's no big deal. So, no, I would not fill those in, actually. I think, if anything, you can even give it more airspace. So, like I said, when that's whipping, maybe those become something that carries that motion. Does that answer that?
Yes.
Cool.
Yes. Thank you very much.
Of course. Thank you.
It's relief to see that you are streaming again.
I know. I'll tell you, it it's nice, and it's so much nicer here because I mean, when I'd go to stream, I'd just lose hours and hours of the day, and it's silly to go. So if you leave the house, I'd actually leave at noon and get there at 3 so I could get stuff done. And so yeah, no, I'm happy to be in a place where I can stream. There is absolutely no room in this room for a bed. That's something I will have to figure out. It's just my computer desk and about 3 feet to the wall. It's pretty funny. See, it's pretty close there. It's not a lot of room considering my. But if anyone has ever thought or is concerned about what the center of my life is, the 3/4 of this room that is the computer desk. Like, sleep? Ah, who needs sleep? Hey, Henry. I was just explaining that I don't have room for a bed. It is very much a computer. I have an inflatable mattress that I've been laying down until it's ridiculous.
Until you figure something else out.
Yeah, until we actually wrap our heads around exactly how this is going to pan out. But actually, the neighborhood's nice. There's good food, and we have smoke and internet.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's great. We had a real slowdown last night. I was at 250 download and 380 upload. It was really slow. It was horrible. Where at home I was literally getting there were nights when I was getting less than dial-up. 0.04. I mean, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, that's.
I mean, dial-up was as slow as it got, wasn't it? Was there any slower than dial-up? I mean, wasn't that really it?
I mean, technically there was a slower version.
Of course, but I mean, it's like, 1974, Lawrence Livermore had their. So that was literally dial-up, right?
Yeah.
Or did they have party line internet? You're on my line again, Jane. Man, party lines. Holy Hannah. I just really dated myself, didn't I? People were like, party lines? Isn't that 1-800? Dance, dance, dance. Yeah, no, different party line, man. All right. But it looks great. Yay, team. What's next? Is that everything?
Yes, once again, thank you. And it's nice to see that you have nice internet now.
Yeah,
The
no.
connection can-
Oh, man, I can't tell you. I'm pretty stoked. Because what's cool now is that I can actually stream on my channel again. I mean, I haven't streamed on my channel in 3 years, probably 2.5 years, something like that. So it'll be nice to start streaming. Just start working on something and just start streaming where I'm getting a little bit more interest, because this has really turned into, the critique stuff as opposed to my work, which, I mean, that's great. It doesn't bother me at all, because I don't think anyone's doing this, and I assume that you guys are getting something out of it as opposed to sitting here watching me sculpt jewelry, which people never get.
Yes, this is invaluable.
Good.
I already subscribed to the channel.
Good.
I
Yeah,
will look
hit
for the
subscribe. Hit subscribe. Yeah, we have to figure out the YouTube thing here soon. Oh my gosh. We're yeah. The social media is actually I mean, doing this is one thing, but actually trying to get get viewers to come. You know, I mean, I have like on Facebook and that stuff, I have thousands of followers, but you know, it's like trying to get people to actually consume your content is interesting and tricky. Last night we saw or watched there's God Bo something. He was a comedian and then he stopped doing comedy and he did a Netflix special where it's just him inside a room. I think it's called Inside or something like that. I was crying, I mean, oh my God. I was like, yeah, he gets it. It was pretty funny. Oh, not 100%. I like how you type that and didn't say it. Let's see.
I wasn't talking to you.
Yeah.
Talking to Raycon.
I'm like, I'm doing something. 98.7%.
When was the last time you did a social media post?
I respond to eClincher. Well,
when was the last time you responded on eClincher?
Probably a week ago.
Month and a half, 2 months ago?
No,
right.
no, I was in the hot tub. I pulled official office hours the other night. That was the one nice thing about the farm is, well, I mean, there were millions of nice things about the homestead, but one of the really special things was office hours was me responding to eClincher in the hot tub. No hot tub here, sadly. Well, that's not true. There is a tub over there that's probably really hot, but that's just not the same thing. I think we got everyone. Oh no, we have to look at pictures, don't we?
Yep. Yeah, if that was all the ones you downloaded, we've got the pictures left, and there have been new uploads since.
Okay, cool. So, I can't remember who this was. We have to look at the name. Whoa, what just happened there? How did I just turn?
Can't remember what?
With this person. Yeah, no. Leave without saving. I don't know what I just did. What is going on over here? Okay, everybody, time out. We're going to start that again. Tomas doesn't even know how to use picture viewer. Oh no! Oh no. Did I? Well, I couldn't have thrown them away because they were in that picture viewer. I wonder where I put them.
I think you can delete a picture when it's open like that. You can just look at them on Discord.
Okay. How? You mean Dropbox?
Yeah, I keep saying Discord.
Okay. I'm like, yeah, and then you yelled at me when you were like, I'm saying Discord. I'm like, I know, but you're saying Discord. You're like, I know I'm saying Discord, but you've been saying Discord all night and it was the wrong Discord.
I'm allowed one off day.
Yes.
One a year.
I completely... You have permission to have an off day. So now I have a question, which is really, no one cares except me. So now that we have an NAS, right?
Yeah.
And now that I have the internet,
Yeah.
can I go on to the NAS and look for files?
Yep. You sure can. I'll make you an account.
I'm so stoked I can't even see straight. Uh-oh, look. We couldn't build your credit card. You know why? Because I stopped all my credit cards because when I was looking for an apartment, some wanker was trying to steal from me. So we have to figure out. Don't let me forget that one, okay? Because obviously they just tried to bill it recently. because that wasn't there earlier. Okay. Did you put it in older files?
No, 7/12 was today.
Is it? See, I don't even know. All right. Okay, so Constantino. Is that the person's name, or is that?
Yep.
Okay. What I was saying when we were looking at these earlier. Hold on, let me see if I can get this bigger. Boom, there we go. What I was saying is that, and I don't know if it's from the like if you were using like an animation cell as a reference or a sketch as a or you know what I mean, from the anime. The thing I would say is that because, hold on, let's go to, how do I move forward? Can't I, do I have to, well, there's a back, so where's the forward? Oh, I see. It's not really a back. Okay. So the character looks great. One, I would like to see it unrendered, because when you're rendering, like some of the things that I'm talking about often are just painted on, so I could be wrong. But the only thing I would say here is that your biceps are entering in a weird place, and they don't necessarily make sense. And I understand that if, you know, if you're going off of a reference and it does, you know, this, then, you know, you just match the lines and you're not really thinking about it three-dimensionally. But, you know, this looks good here, but the weight of the bicep is actually up in here, where as it's coming into the armpit, it's down a little. So the biceps just seem like, if this is the deltoid, right, it just seems like they're coming in at a weird angle. So I think that if you take the bicep and just rotate it under the delt a little more, they'll look, and I understand this is an anime character and it's, you know, blah blah blah, but see here, this muscle is actually inserting up under here, and this is a straight line from here to here, and it's just not. I mean, that's just, it's not, because now what that's doing is it's compressing the pec up, where the pec is doing this, and then the bicep is coming up and under that. So what that's doing is it's making the bicep ride a little higher here, because when you're coming in, the bicep's riding, but it rotates and the weight of it is down in here. So I would say that and it's really the only thing that I found on it that was odd, because I mean, you know, from the three pictures, it seems really on character sheet or on character, so it makes sense. But you can see right here, it's even just pointing the wrong direction. It should be pointing out, get fat and come in. So the weight of the bicep's a little lower. You just kind of rotated the bicep up a little. And so that's the only thing I really saw with him. And I think on this side, it sort of does the same thing, where the bicep kind of comes up into the deltoid as opposed to coming under, right? You can see the angle, right? This is actually coming up and in, so it's just a little straight. So these biceps actually, you know, if you're looking at an armpit, you got the pec, and the bicep is coming out from up and inside it, not there. So the placement of your biceps are the only thing that I saw in these images that really stood out to me. Right? You can see that, like, really, that's where your biceps intersecting down here. Oh, look, there we go. Yeah, see how you had to change the shape of the bicep to get it to be up here? it is definitely at more of an angle, and it's coming out because your delt actually comes down between there, and that's in there. And actually, yeah, see the high point, it's just sort of the wrong shape, right? You know, this is coming in and it teardrops in. And that's why people who are doing illustrations can get away with things where they're just like, oh, well, put a line there. And that's what I'm saying. If it's from a visual graphic or from a graphic reference, that could be what's giving you your issues on that one. And then the next guy, see, what did I do here? I don't know how to use anything. You can now laugh at me again, Henry, because...
Try escape.
Oh, okay. Well, I have this dumb window here. There we go. This guy's great. He's very stylized, and once again, the only thing that I see that could be an issue, and it's hard from, you know, this is that, you know, it looks like this is a straight line and then it's going under the deltoid, where you got to remember that it starts there and comes out. So think about your bone structure a little and where that's happening. It might have just been the light. This doesn't look bad, but I think that but here again, come on, where are you? And this is why I like to look at the models with no paint and no lighting, where we can actually look at the model, is that it still feels to me, even here, you've got your deltoid shape that you're kind of banging out, and then you get your pec in there, but your biceps tend to be these tubes, and it's coming up a little higher. So I can't really tell without seeing this without everything and just looking in, but what it's looking like to me is you have your deltoid shape, your pec shape, and then your bicep sort of does this as opposed to that. Is that making sense? I don't know. You're missing that getting up in the armpit. But this is a great character. He's a lot of fun. And these are beautiful it's a beautiful rendering. I just think you should probably Anatomy for Sculptors has a really nice breakdown of the area, and they have it with the arm lifted up and like the arm out, and your eyebrows are awesome, actually, very nice. But go in and look at that intersection in the armpit, and I would just sculpt it a few times so you have the feel of it, and I think it's going to help a lot, because I mean these are Class A pieces, they're doing really well. It's just that one little intersection I think you're having problems with. Yeah, no, they look great. And next time, upload a model so we can look at it and we'll play with it, and I'll show you what I mean by those parts. Okay, so now let's go back into Dropbox. So what pieces have we?
So back out of this folder.
Oh, right. This is the old one. Back out. No, back out. No, we're going to do this. How come I'm a dork? Why can't... Isn't there just like a...
Click on the words Pixologic Crit.
There we go. Okay. Hey. It's been a long week. It's been a long, like 2 weeks actually.
I didn't say it judgy, or I didn't mean to.
No. I was being funny. You couldn't tell? What? Okay. Download. How we doing out there, guys? And gals? And... yeah, everyone. Was that a white circle? Did my Windows ink get turned back on? Did that not just extract? Oh, there we go. Oh, we have a couple STLs in this one. Okay. My feet. I'm dying over here. I let my feet hurt from from sitting. All right, tool. Hey, where's my? Oh no, I'm looking for project. New project. Nope. You can do it. Yeah. Load tool. Import. Oh, can't do it this way. We have to go to a star, import. Boop. I love those guys. Import. Do these have an order, or does it matter?
Certainly they have an order. If you'd like to follow it, I can tell you what it is.
Let's do that.
So 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, somebody snuck in a ZPR while I wasn't looking. 1, 2, 3, 4. So there's 6 total.
Why do I only have 5?
One of them's a ZPR. Did you skip that one?
Yeah, that's why.
That one will have to get done later.
Yeah.
Corey Becker, female, full body.
Corey Becker. All right. Is Corey here? I'm wondering what they were using for references. Oh, those are hands. Where's hair? Let's get rid of the hair for a minute. Okay. So here again, sort of like what Juan was doing earlier, the weight distribution and sort of where your joints are. So let's come in and kind of look at what we have. So this is the hip that's planting. Yes. So with that hip planting, this rotates, right? And then you're getting that coming up. What's this? So the thing that really happens and there's even a word for it, contrapposto. And that really happens at torso, because once you start bending the hips out of line, what happens normally is that there's a slight counter. This isn't square, you get a slight counter here. And that's just to keep your center of balance in the center, right? Because if you're just keeping it straight, you're kind of over here, it doesn't really work. So and see, once again, sort of like Juan earlier as well, and that is this, hold on. No, I want this. It is broken up into polygroups, good. Alright, so let's hide our arms. Let's hide our hands. And let's look, because our issues are here at the torso. So as you can see that, this is square. Your waist is actually pretty square. And in turn, your hips wind up being square. But there is weight distribution going on here that isn't being reflected in how the body is standing. So the second you start shifting your weight distribution, your torso is shifting around to keep your head and the center of your base in the center, right? Basically you're shooting for, gravity is a straight line. So anytime this starts twisting, whatever's going on, it needs to be, the weight is an even distribution, right? That's how you don't fall over. So let's come back in here. And let's start with the one thing that we know. This hip is locked, right? That's straight. You've locked your knee, you've put your weight on it, which then brings the hip up. And now this hip is down. And then you're coming out. Ankle. What's this? So now when we twist our body out and around, our torso is trying to get our head back into the center of gravity, right? So what's that do? It tilts the shoulders. This comes down. We get a meat pinch right there. Makes the neck, a little off. And then there's your head. So when you're shifting, you got to shift your weight. So that's why it's telling us a different story. Like when we're looking at it, you're not seeing someone who's shifting their weight. You're seeing someone whose legs kind of standing out, but without the weight distribution. So you got it there. Now, what that means is with our, let's duplicate this. Turn on transparency so we can see where we were. Boop. And now let's, excuse me. Our hip is kind of coming up here, and then this hip, let's turn transparency. Let's turn this guy off for a second. And the other thing that's happening here, if that knee's locking, chances are that's straight, because that's becoming, right? That being straight's important. I mean, you can lean a little. That's posing issues. When we're trying to figure out what's going on with the form, let's do it straight. So, is the hip in straight line with the ankle and the knee? Pretty darn close. Close enough to spit on. So, the leg you're putting your weight on is locked, rocking the hip up. Okay, so we're rocking that hip up, which in turn brings the crotch up here. Let's kind of get this going on. And so your buttock feasibly could be raising because you're lifting it, but your hip is square. So you just want to make sure that this is in the right place and at the right angle. Because we're hold on, let's do this. Boom, Control W. Control W. And let's mask that. Boom. And then we're going to mask that and mask. Let's just mask everyone. Boom. Mask that. Boom. Mask that. Mask that and that. Oop. That. Elbows, that's what we missed. Control W. Okay. This will be a little easier to break up now. Alright, so let's turn this off for a second and let's look at what we got. I'm just gonna smooth this out just a touch because I'm just gonna do some quick posing. Alright, so we have our torso. We have, let's take slash and just give us that. Ooh. So let's look at our hip here for a second and see what we have. That's actually all right. So, and this is why this leg looks like it's, so, stop it, come on. When I was looking at it earlier, see how there's this bow here? So let's actually look at the skeleton of what's going on. If our hips are rocking, that's planting. Right, this is sitting like this. So there's our hip bone, and there's our hip bone, and this is our buttocks. So we're going to take move, and let's just kick this up. So, is that moving? No, that's not move. And we're going to kick this side up and bring that side down a little. That's going to change the hip position. Hip bone, hip bone. And then what that's going to do is bring this down, bring that up. All right, so shoulders, clavicle, neck, breast, and what that actually does is moves all this out and over some. And that's where you're getting the twist. That's bringing that down. And there we go. All right, so rib cage. Low here, higher here, abs, think of them, as the torso of kidney beans. It works. Hip. Leg, hip bone, bring this out some more. Side, side. Buttocks. Wrinkles. So think about them in base shapes and get your blocks in the right place, and it's going to help you a lot. I mean, you're not dramatically far off. It's just trying to get these forms to work. The other thing is, don't be scared when you're starting to work with this stuff to use the mannequins and get your pose right, because luckily the mannequins sort of lock into position, so you can move them in their relative motion. So if you do tug one thing down, I find they're really good learning tools. Where are tools? Within your own projects, mannequins. So the nice thing about the mannequins is that, like I said, their proportions lock. So when you're moving them around, like you can drag it by the wrist and it'll pull the shoulder. So when you're learning anatomy, I find these to be really kind of useful tools, because you'll start to see when you move something how it is, how everything else moves relatively. And also the Zizu. These are a really good resource of just getting some base forms in animals, and then you can start sculpting on them. But there's that, and I think Z-Spheres has some other shapes as well. But when you're learning anatomy, don't be afraid to use the mannequins, because it'll help you see how the forms relate to one another. And I would strongly suggest Anatomy for Sculptors. They do a really good breakdown. I find it to be a really great book. And I'm not just pandering their books. I reached out and I got you guys a discount. I don't get anything from them, but I got a discount on the book because I do believe in it as a teaching tool. I think it's a really good tool. But through that book, and your mannequins, I would start, because if your form gets out of shape or out of position, we wind up trying to sculpt to the form. So we're trying to correct what we're seeing instead of correcting the substructure. We're often just adding meat or so I would definitely, while you are learning at this level, I think the mannequins are going to help you keep everything in the right proportions and give you a really good idea of like relative positioning and stuff. But yeah, I mean, hopefully that helps some. It's not sponsored, other than I got you all a discount. I mean, no, I just think that they do a really good job of breaking down form and shape. Because if you're not looking at your stuff in, how is it working? How is it happening? It's really easy if you get out of your way to just shorten this forearm if it's not touching your hip, and just things like that where it's important to get that dimensionality into your head. Well, I used, it's right here. Here's Lazy Nizumi.
I haven't posted the link in a while.
Oh, I'm like, man, people are getting snarky out there.
And right after you said Anatomy for Sculptors doesn't pay us anything if people use those discount codes, look at how many times I accidentally pasted the discount code. Like, whoops.
Right. I mean, come on, guys. Okay. Oh, no. You can't offend me. I was snarking
Tell
back.
him his computer doesn't have enough LEDs. That'll offend him.
Look, there's a black hole in my heart. All right. Well, I mean, you know what's sad is that this one's actually cooled well enough that it doesn't actually heat the room dramatically. In the winter, I'm actually going to have to use a heater. All right, who's next?
Polly nudged.
All right.
Roger Waters.
It really is. No, turn that off. Turn our paint off. Turn transparency off. This is a bad place for that. It's a bad place. It's a good Roger Waters. The caricature is great. Looks really nice. It's hard. I mean, I don't know where you are in the finish. You know, I would say that I would definitely come back in, clean the eyebrows up and get them crisp, because you're you know, this is just so nice and clean and simple. I would definitely kind of simply stylize the hair a little. Oh, I deleted it. Darn. I was gonna say. Oh, well, we have the picture. These eyebrows stylized are hot. His hair's great. This is really, really tight hair. And I think if you take the hair to a level like this where they're very clean, crisp shapes, you have just a few references for the hair texture. I think that this is a good level of detail to go with your hair and your brows, because this is simple. Who was the other? Someone else had really good eyebrows tonight. I can't remember who it was. Oh, it was. Where's this one? Let's look at the hair on this one real quick. Wow, look at that. Did you see how fast that went? That was really exciting. Like, this is... And now, this is obviously Michael Jackson's hair, so he has a lot more curls. But I think that this is a good level of hair detail to go with... right, I mean, you have... If you just sharpened out your forms and turn them into cleaner, and I know that's what I'm saying, I don't know where you are in the process, because this is how I start, you know, laying textures in and stuff. So you know, just make sure, just get it stylized, get it clean, and just have a handful of lines that are assigning, you know, which is... And you're probably going to have to make slightly more conscientious decisions than I am at the moment. Once again, this is not the answer. This is just a suggestion of the pathway. And so once I got my rhythm of how I wanted my hair, right, I would put the stuff down and then come back in and decide on your plaits. Get them in and sort of simplify them and decide what's in front and what's going behind. So these are behind this. And just separate them into larger forms. Once again, very concisely deciding on what is under and over. And then coming in and sort of doing what he had done or she had done. And just give it, you know, the handful of lines that are going to keep it stylized. But your stylization is an abstraction of a more complicated texture pattern. And so now you got that cut in. You know what you want. I would tend to come back in with clay tubes and get these to be nice, simple, faceted forms. Right, and just clean it up to where it's stylized as well as the caricature. And I would say the same with the eyebrows. You know, just have a nice whatever that shape turns out being that you like. Come back in, stylize it, get it nice and clean. Just give it a few, you know, stroke patterns and just have a nice, simple, stylized form. And I think that you're going to kill it because that's a good Roger. It looks quite a bit like him. Thumbs up. All right. Who's next? Did you? Oh, you're here. I'm assuming. Oh yeah, it's you. Oh, wonderful. Sorry, I didn't see you there. And is Henry? Did Henry go away for a minute?
Yeah, my computer just had a little bit of a meltdown. I'm back.
Okay.
Next, Chidera.
Yep. So, Polynudge, did that make sense? Like I said, I wasn't sure where you are in the process, so I don't, you know, you're like, well, duh, of course I got to do the hair, you know, yeah. But, I mean, just your lines are so simple and clean. Just make sure you carry that over into the hair, because a lot of people often then try to make hair detailed, you know, and often you don't need it detailed. You just need to carry that shape and form. And you did such a great job with the caricature that I just bring it back when you get the hair done. I like the piece. Look at you go. I love these guys. They're so nice. So your motion and flow is lovely. The tail is really, it makes sense. It looks good. The legs and ankles are nice. The shoulders good. The base form is great. I like the horns. The shape of the head's really nice. I think the only thing, and you're there, you're getting close for sure. I would play with the scales a little bit more, in the sense of you have the, I'm just gonna say horse torso, right? And you obviously did the scales that are now shaped with, you know, the horse torso. But because you're changing, like it's retaining some of that muscle structure to the scale structure, those things make the scales look as if they are drawn on. So what I would like to see is a little bit more effort put into the scales, because you've put so much effort into the form, shape, and flow of the things around it. And once again, process. Yeah, Tomas, duh. I need to fix the scale. Yeah, great. So, and also, your scale pattern. You get a little strange right here. What I would probably do is, I think that maybe maybe some of the scales are getting too big, or they're not compressing enough around here. See how big these are right here? I think that these are compressing, so these should be smaller. So let's take these. See, you kind of lose it right there. See, these become straight. Yeah, I think because these aren't starting to bend here. Hold on, let's see if we can do it this way. Polyframe. And the only reason I'm getting super persnickety is that your forms are just so nice. And I just think that some of your scale transitions are a little odd. And it makes the bulk of what's going on sort of appear a little strange because of it. So let us take Lazy Nazumi. And let's. And of course, me being snarky, Lazy Nazumi stops working for me. Alright, we got. And then. I don't want you. Fine. I'll just do it like this. Fine. No, that's just. It's not steep enough. Leave it like that. Why are you not letting me move that? There we go. Okay. So, yeah. Alright, I obviously don't have Lazy Nazumi set up right, because now it's just being a pain in the butt. Fine. Fine! I know what I'll do. Like box. Brushes. Where are brushes? Brush. And where are our weird little steps? Where were those? Curve tools, I think. Yeah. Divide. And now let's go the other direction. These are too big, but that'll give me a grid so I can come in. Curve. Render. Where's curve? Stroke. Curve. Functions, delete. There is a point to all of this. I promise. Stop it. Grrr. Wow, I am really on fire tonight. You can see I've lost all patience. I'm done. Okay, so these are your scales, right? You do scales sort of function this way. It's just L's on grids. Right. Use your imagination there. Okay, so we're going to turn this guy back on. Come here. W, I'll rotate. Make this smaller. I'm not making any promises this is going to work. But, oh. Delete lower. Bend. Curve. And we need a lot more dots. Alright, so we're going to take that. less curves real quick. Mm-hmm. 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 Okay, and so now let's hide this again. And so you can see what happens to these scales when it takes the corner, right? We start it with all the same size. And this sort of gives you a compression and expansion pattern, and that's what scales sort of do. They kind of sit and squeeze on one another and then kind of come back out. So you can see here that if you are actually making your scales, and let's smooth this out. Clay tubes. Let's kick this up a little. Right. And they're taking this corner, and then they're sort of getting straight again over here. But this compression is what I'm talking about. Yours kind of get big in here, and these compress and get smaller on the inside. Now, the one thing to be careful here, and you know, honestly, it doesn't matter because you're just trying to sell the visual story, but they shouldn't necessarily get shorter. They should compress, but technically, if they are sliding on top of one another, what you see is going to be shorter. But right, and yeah, and I'm just making things bigger. But hopefully that gives you a little bit of an idea about how to approach dealing with the scales, and you can spread them out up here and pinch them more around. But throwing down a lozenge grid and then bending it along will give you a visual rhythm for your part. I think you should probably think about doing that to create a guide for your scales. And then as far as the scales go, I think that you could benefit greatly from coming back in and is that it? Okay. Because here, once again, these are kind of drawn on, so you're losing the layering that should be happening. And what I mean by that is, think about these as, let's take twist. I'm just going to do a few of them right here. See how you kind of gain a scale in there? That doesn't really happen. Alright, so now you can see that I use twist to separate these up and off of the thing. I'm going to use SK Clay Fill. And no, I need that to go like that and that to get bigger. Holding Alt down here, filling in out here. It's interesting and lumpy. And what by, that's odd. I wonder what does this mesh look like? I don't know why it's so lumpy. Is there something inside? No. I don't have answers to the lump question. But what you really want to avoid is this feel. See how these scoops fall back in and you're breaking your surfaces up, so they're not actually feeling like scales. They feel like they've been drawn on. And so let's come in here, clean these intersections up. Clay tubes. Oh, that's gonna make me nuts. What is that about? You got a weird. The mesh is being really lumpy. And I don't know why. And you can see I'm just kind of coming in and flattening these out some. And make sure the things that are on top are on top. And things that are behind are behind. Alright, so I'm going to duplicate this. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. And then we're going to delete hidden. Delete hidden. Come on. You can do it. Oh. Well. Maybe not. Didn't like that at all.
Oh,
Hmm? We ate it.
had to happen.
Right? I wonder if this is this download. Or if that goes. This is probably the wrong download, actually. What is that? Yep, this is. Hold on, escape. Nope. Okay, I'm just going to do this on a sphere real quick while we're talking about it. Because your mesh was really clunky. I don't know why it was behaving that way. All right. So, I want you to think about the scales more in the vein of layers. And I'm just getting my weights in. I'm not worrying too much about the actual forms yet. But you can see that I'm creating a slope to the stroke here. So this is heavy because it's on the outside. This is lighter because it's under. SK clay fill. Kind of fill that up and in. Smooth everyone out because, right, we've got our scale sort of in position. I'm going to take SK twist. I'm going to drag it around. You gotta make sure you do them in the right order, or they get weird. Okay. So now they have this bright edge on them. The nice thing about the SK twist as opposed to the cutting tool, it's see how it's raising that up and giving it a bright edge as opposed to just cutting a line in. SK clay fill again. Fill up behind it. Okay. Come back in with clay tubes. And I'm going to brighten that edge up. This is too strong. Given my scale directionality. Brighten that edge up. Directionality. Edge. Direction. Edge. Direction. Edge. Direction. Then I'm going to take SK trim polish, and I'm going to come back and just knock that outside edge just a little flat. And that'll give that scale the crispness. And you can see that when they're done in layers, they read. You see how they read very differently? It's not just a flat thing following the surface. They have their own surface transitions. And I think that is going to help your piece dramatically by giving those a layered dimensionality as opposed to just drawing them on. Hopefully that helped. Goodness gracious, that was a roundabout. Okay, there we go. And then, yeah. So now let's load tools. Boom. We did Corey Becker, we did Polynudge. So now that means we have to go to import. Downloads. That's what we were working on. We'll do this. Put that back. Import. And then right, because everything else is so dynamic and nice. I mean, obviously this has been decimated or dynameshed. So I would say, you know, come back in and crisp. You have these rhythms so nice. Just come back in and clean your edges and make them nice and tight. But all in all, it looks great. The muscles are awesome. Looks fantastic. Just get the scales sorted out so they actually look like scales, right? Looks awesome. All right, who's next?
Up next is Giovanni. You gotta load all the tools back in.
I did. Giovanni, right here, right? Am I wrong?
And I think this may be the person who just commented.
Yeah, I think so too. I used the fixed screen option. Alright, so how do we make our lines cleaner? Well, that's 300,000. I mean, that's not... What's your mesh look like? Okay, well the first thing I would say is when you got this far, I mean, this is looking great and you've gotten this far. First thing I would do is duplicate this. I would Z-remesh it because your geometry is unsculptable. This looks like it's been decimated maybe. And that makes it nigh impossible to sculpt on. That's why everything looks rough, because your geometry is very squirrely. So we're going to come here. We're going to go down to Z-remesh. We're going to make this 11.2. And then turn adaptive off. And Z-remesh. We did duplicate this, right? Yep. Come on. You can do it. Now, that's interesting. Why did that only go to... Oh, I guess that's right. Alright, now, before we go on, I am going to remesh by union. Hold on. We're going to remesh by union here. Actually, let's just dynamesh this. So, first things first, when you remesh this, I would dynamesh this one because you got to think when you start thinking about remeshing, it's going to look at all of the surfaces, and you don't want geometry on the inside of the model, right? So dynameshing turns it into a shell, and at this resolution, you know, it actually almost cleans up some of your messy mesh. Next thing we're going to do is, excuse me, ZBrush 11.2.
Are you picking 11.2 for a reason?
Because it subdivides down into the mid 700s when you divide it down. It comes out to like 700. It doesn't always, like when we see this remesh, it's not going to actually come out to 11.2. It'll be close. And then when I start doing my subdivisions in half, or my remeshes by half, it gets me into that 700 range. And I want to be in the 700 range because that gives me 8 or 9
Divisions, yeah.
Why do I have an odd feeling that that's from really earlier today? Hey, I'm grabbing the kids. No, you're not. Didn't my watch just come online or something weird? What is going on? Oh, okay. I can't even think about that. That just got weird. All of a sudden my phone started sending me weird information. It's weird. It still shouldn't take that long to remesh. There's something going on in there.
I mean, 3.1 gigahertz.
Hmm?
It's only 3.1 gigahertz.
What's only 3.1 gigahertz?
Your CPU.
Yeah. Pokey bastard. No, but I mean, this is only 2 million. This shouldn't. If it's working this hard, it's trying. Well, the other thing, there's a ton of surface detail on this. So normally, before I go through this process, I smooth most of the detail out, just so I get a cleaner base mesh. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. There we go. That's really weird. Well, like I said, I guess it was trying to, because you can see how it retained these forms. What I'm about to do, that's not going to matter. So now from 11.2, and see we came to 11.8, close enough. I'm going to go half, and I'm going to go ZBrush. Boom. And we're going to go half. We're going to go half, half, half. And that gives us 558. Okay. So now I'm going to divide this up. And we'll start here. And transparency. Boop. And you can see on this one, we actually have some things that are dramatically missing in this projection. So I'm going to come in with clay buildup and turn symmetry on X, right? And I'm just going to get the surface back up close to where the sculpt surface is. And this could take a handful of, actually here, let's project right now. Alright, and that just gives us the areas we need to kind of get to be where they are. And you just wound up with some decimated geometry. Normally, you wouldn't have to go through this process at this point because you would have your quad model. But I just want to show you the issues with what you got there. So we're going to kind of try to jam through this. Right, we're just going to my watch is sending me text messages from like a day and a half ago.
Weird. It's not used to having internet.
I know, it's all like, whoa, what's going on? Alright, so we've kind of... And you, of course, would spend more time doing this than I'm about to, because I'm not going to try to get this perfect. Alright, so we're going to divide again, divide, project all. And you can start to see where your problem spots are, obviously. But the remesh is very important so you can actually work on the model as opposed to your wacky Dynamesh. So the first real big key you had was you needed more geometry. So let's actually make this the history state.
They sent us a decimated version. They have a higher res on their end.
Oh, okay. Well, we're gonna project. Let's hide that. Let's project history. So why I am smoothing this out and projecting and smoothing it out and projecting is each time it gets a little closer. Like I said, under normal circumstances, I would take a little bit more time with this, and in turn, it would come a little cleaner. So there we are. And you're about 500,000 here, so you're only a couple 100,000 more than you were a few minutes ago. I think you were at 300,000. Okay. Like I said, I'm not looking for model equivalence, really. I'm just trying to get us to a point where I can start cleaning up your lines. Ooh, no. Just want this. Project history. can do it. Oh. No wonder this is being so damn squirrely. Hold on. Symmetry was turned on. So I'm like, why do I keep getting this weird nose thing going on over here? Sorry guys, like I said, it's been a long day. I got up at like 6:30. Ugh. That's better. What is going on with it? Oh, there is a nose there. That's what's going on. Transparency. And this one. History brush. Turn that stuff off. Do you remember, can we delete the subdivisions and then hold on. We're gonna do a little test here. So if I delete lower, I come in here, I use, hold on, you don't need to delete lower. With symmetry mode is active. Symmetry mode is not active. There we go. Okay. Let's divide one more time. Let's get up here where we have some geometry. You can't do this with symmetry. See how it starts to drag things? So when you're using your history brush, the thing you need to be careful of is doing things at an angle. So if I come over here, see how it pulls all that over? So you just want to make sure to do, when you're using history brush, you want to do it with a smaller brush and kind of change your angles as you go along, because you're trying to do this at sort of 90 degrees to the surface. Otherwise, you're going to wind up with some really mangled meshes. But the history brush is really nice because, like, in places like this where it's weird, you just come in and boom, you get your right back. But see how when this is, okay. As long as you're going straight down, it becomes nice. And that's why you have to keep rotating around, smooth, hit that. And you can see how it's getting that, and then you just smooth it, and you kind of get in there. So it's a process of brush smooth, and if you're having a problem with projection, the history brush works really well. I'm a big history brush fan, but you just have to be careful and patient and get it on. So now that we've redone this, I'm assuming that these are the edges you're talking about. Well, why these blew up was because you didn't have geometry, but let's talk about cleaning them up. Are these the lines you're talking about cleaning up? Or are these the lines you're talking about cleaning up? Or did that just answer the question that it was because you have no geometry? So what I would do is I'd get up here where we have geometry, come back in and smooth this stuff out. But I'm also not afraid to redo a model like 11 times, so you're like, well, isn't there just like a button? Nah, there really isn't, sadly. Now, these are all, did you use a layer tool on these? Because it kind of looks...
Thick skin. This was done with thick skin.
Oh, thick skin. You know, I still haven't played with thick skin much. if you don't lift your brush, layer works really well. I have to set pretty low on. And then I tend to use SK Twist to give myself separation. And you can see that's starting to clean your lines up. I use clay tube all the time, so if I really want these to be a little bit more sharp edged, and come back in with clay tube. I tend to stroke across to level things out. Make it a little pokier. Smooth. SK trim polish. Something in that vein. Is that what we're talking about? But I would tend to actually make these. That's the nice thing about the layer in this case, in this situation, is that that's not layer. Stop it. Yeah. So nice thing about coming through with layer and something like this is I like how it gives me and I mean you could be looking for something that's a little cleaner like your original stuff, but what I like about piling up layer on something like this and coming in and tapping, it gives you like a more organic sort of writhy surface that you can actually really control. It's the one thing about Giger's work is unless it's architecture, everything is sort of meaty. And, yeah. It's so quiet out there.
I don't know what to say. You're doing it.
Doing it right.
You're doing it.
And so if you want separation coming back with clay tubes just in here, you can create those little facets, taking advantage of twist. And I'm always trying to do layers, not lines. And I try to use my strokes to lay down like a subsurface rhythm. So when I am starting to put things on things, I have an idea of like the directionality and spacing and scale of the surface textures I'm looking for. Does that help at all?
They said, yes, it looks more defined. Thanks for the tips.
Cool, cool. And, you know, this goes for the same. The same goes for all of this. I think that SK Trim Polish is really... SK Trim Polish and Twist and Clay Fill are really the ones that I use. Like, let's say on these, I would come in with Twist. Come in, define my outside edges of my ridge. And then we're changing direction a little. And the nice thing about Twist and things like this, the SK Twist, is that you can come in and give yourself like these little ridges, and then you just stroke the other way, and you have the ridge going in the opposite direction. So you can come in and create like little dents as such. And kind of get your form happening. Oops, wrong direction. Come back in, SK Clay Fill, hold down Alt when you want something to go away, and come in and fill it up. And then if I'm looking for adding that next layer of texture, grab clay tubes. I tend to work in opposite directions, like go one way and then go the other, because we've just put these patterns in, and now I can come in with my clay tubes and just pick areas, right? I'm like, okay, I want this, and let's kick this up to 4. Kick it up to 6 just so you can see what I'm doing. And you can see that I'm not going over everything. I'm just going over, you know, the little areas that I want to homogenize together, yet kind of separate from the rest with, you know, changing my texture some. And this is where no back and forth is really good, because it keeps you from getting sloppy on the back stroke as you sort of make the U to come back up. You don't get that. And so this no back and forth is really good for hash marks and stuff. Here, let's actually use lines so you can see it. Oh, no. So that's, so if you're doing hash marks and you're trying to see how you get the sloppy ends, where if you come in and you go move back and forth, it allows you to just go in one direction. And that's a really nice way of getting some texture in, and not, is, you know, you want that linear. So especially with geegery stuff, it has a lot of that linear hash marking. No back and forth is super helpful. Right? But you can see how that punches that up and gives it a little bit more surface character. And here on the face, how you just cut, right? You took slash or dam standard or something like that and cut these edges in. They really do read better. Give me clay fill. Boop. If you make these layers, we're gonna kind of come back behind that. Lower res, smooth that out. Smooth stronger. I forgot we crashed. Okay. Higher res, higher res. Let's get back up to the top. And now, clay tubes. Clay fill. And then SK trim polish. And that creates that that creates the edge to be a little flatter, which gives you a nice step which will catch light. SK trim polish. And do you see how that's your line drawn? So you compare that to that, right? It's just cleaner, has a better surface story. I tend to come in, especially on things like this that I want to look mechanical. After I do it, I come in and use pinch, not super melodramatically, but just enough to pinch those edges and get them. You see what I mean? It just kind of what it's technically doing, instead of having the side do, that. What it does is it pulls it up, so there's like a curve that goes up, and that makes that edge brighter. I guess we're about to quick save. Okay. Right, so anywhere I run into a line or a surface, my process is almost always the same. That is, take SK twist, come in, get what is behind, and what is in front, smooth out the back side. Clay fill the front side. SK twist to kind of give me a lip or an edge there. Soften. And it just gives you nicer curves and forms than just cutting a line in. Clay fill. SK trim polish. I mean, do you see how that looks like a plate sitting in front of that as opposed to just a line drawn? And if you go the other direction, come on. Play film. Trim polish. See how this one looks a little bit more like plates coming together as opposed to just a V. Just think about it in layers. Right. And then, any questions on this? Does that make sense? Maybe.
Yep.
Yeah. And our last one. Yeah, excuse me. I think that your face may be a wee bit flat. And that's just purely, I mean, right? And your brow is sunk in. So even if you're doing something that's like a fantasy demon face or something like that, if we try to retain at least a little bit of the human face, it helps tell the story because our brains are so used to it. So let us duplicate this. Do you have your subdivision levels? See, if you had your subdivision levels, let's hop back to this because I rebuilt the subdivision levels, I think. Yeah.
So we just got the question. I was talking about why it's important to have controlled geometry and what that means. And I said don't work in Dynamesh, and we got the question, why not work in Dynamesh? Every tutorial I watch seems to use it almost nonstop.
Well, because people are goofy. No. I guess because when you're making jewelry or small objects or toys, miniatures, really anything that isn't large that you're going to print and actually try to make, being able to control your geometry is incredibly important because you have such little leeway in actuality and scale, where if you're just making stuff for animation or film or whatever, how your geometry breaks up isn't as important because there are lots of ways to sort of cheat, where when we're coming out of the computer we can't cheat. We need the geometry to be right, in the right place, and all of that. Here is another reason, is mesh control. So like I'm about to start moving this guy around, but here, let's go to this one because I actually broke this one up so we have a lot of subdivision levels here, right? And let me let's do this. Standard. We're going to drag and drop, and let's get something that is textury. What do we want? We're going to do dots, because you can see the distortion on dots much easier. So I'm going to come in here, and we have all this really fine detail. Okay. And then let's pick a different pattern real quick. What are these going to do? Okay, let's just... Alright, so we've spent a lot of time and done a lot of really hectic detailing here, right? And now all of a sudden they want to change the shape of the face. Or like on this guy, I really want to move his face around, right? Because see how the nose, the lip is all the way out to the edge of the nose, and it's all out. So we are going to come back here and look at her face, and we're going to change the shape of her face, but I already have all this detail. Well, if you have all of your subdivision, unlike this model, which only has the one mesh, right, the Dynamesh, and let's see if it's a Dynamesh. No, actually this looks, well, it's definitely been Sculptress. Is it Sculptress Pro'd? And then this looks like it's been decimated. So it might as well be a Dynamesh, right? It's a single mesh. It has no subdivision tools. All right, so let's come back over here. And let's turn you off. And we're like, okay, I want to change the shape of this face. So I'm going to come here with move, and I'm going to grab this. And we're going to pull her lip. Oh, back face masking is turned on, maybe? Yep. We're going to come in here, and I'm going to pull her nose out. Give her chin. Make her cheeks poke out some more. And bring her eyes in. Okay, now see how distorted the mesh got from me moving around, and I've spent all this time and energy trying to get this to look good and even and smooth. So, oh, damn it, what am I going to do? Well, since I have subdivision levels, and it's not just a Dynamesh. Also, quad meshes normally retain their geometry information a little better, so if there's a weird pucker or something, usually it's easy to identify why it is, and you can work your way around it. Come on, you can do it. I didn't realize I moved this around so darn much. Okay, so now we have our face. Now I'm going to do the exact same thing, except I'm going to lower my resolution here to where it's this base mesh, right? And so all I need to remember is to keep these meshes roughly the same scale. So I'm gonna, let's go a little, okay. So I know that her face is in this mesh, right? So I'm gonna grab move, and I'm going to completely change the shape of this. And you'll notice I'm trying to keep the mesh relatively even in the quads. So now we're going to go higher res. We're going to get a little bit more geometry. So I know that we're just going to push this out some. And pull this out some. And I'm going to bring her face and nose out more. Alright, we're going to go high res. Alright, and so changing the shape of her face. I wanted to have buggier eyes. And we're going to move all this up some. And I'm going to poke that in and pull that down some. Right, so we're changing the shape of her face pretty dramatically. I'm just trying to keep those quads similar shaped. High res, high res, high res, high res, high res, high res, high res. And you can see that there is some distortion in the shape because we stretched it out pretty dramatically. But this is easily worked on as opposed to how mangled the other thing is. The other thing that this does, so when you're thinking of your subdivision scales or subdivision levels, I think of things as smoothing, and smoothing is this. We're like, oh no, I love the shape, but I don't like the texture, right? So I'm going to come in here and I'm going to be like, oh, well, no problem, I'll just smooth it off. And you can see that you're never going to get this smooth, right? It's always going to be lumpy. So what I do is I relax the mesh to this point. So we're going to drop down 3 or 4. And I'm going to come in here. And I'm going to smooth. But I don't really view this as smoothing. I view this as relaxing my mesh. So it's really easy to mangle things at this level, so you need to be careful. I'm not being careful. I'm getting rid of the lumps, high res. And you'll see that there's still some memory. Boom. And so the things that are right, this like I can relax this out to the point where it's gone, but I don't want to do that, so I'm being careful for the things that at higher resolutions I can work with. So by having multiple resolutions, you also have the capacity to to pose smooth and alter your meshes much easier. We're going to come in and smooth that out. And you can see that I'm not going over the creases too much. I want to retain those, high res. We'll get more memory here. Boop. And smoothing it out. And this may seem arduous until you've spent 3 days on something and all of a sudden you need to change it and you're ready to scream and yell and scream and yell. High res. And you'll notice every time it comes up, it retains a little bit of the memory of that texture. And I'm just going to come in and tippy tap this around. Get that going. And so now you can see that we have our shape back. And it's super easy to come in and is the intensity. Play tubes. Mm-hmm. You can see that we made dramatic changes, and yeah, you have to sculpt a little bit to get it back to something similar, but that's not hard at this point. So what it allows you to do to make...
It's a lot of work to smooth out on Dynamesh.
Well, you won't. I mean, you'll have to actually use polishing tools and get it down, and you can't relax the mesh in a Dynamesh. Like if you just, it can't, right? It's going to retain that memory. Remember how every time we came up, it retained some of the memory? Well, a Dynamesh doesn't have the levels to lose the memory, so it keeps trying to retain that memory, and it'll never just relax, especially if you have a 36 million poly Dynamesh and you try to smooth it. Not happening. Not easily, at least, and not consistently and well, if that makes any sense. So the nice thing about smoothing at a higher resolution is if, hold on, where's rake? There's rake. Let's say you came in here and you have rake, right? You can smooth this out and not lose the substructure. So you can clean these up and you have sort of like this nice texture. Where if you were at a lower res, okay, that's a little low. If you're at a lower res, you can see that smoothing takes it out too much if you're trying to retain the feel, but you're just trying to get it smoother. So when you're trying to smooth the bumps but keep the subform, get up to the higher resolutions and you can smooth it and you don't lose your form. If you're trying to relax the form to lose it, you drop down and it's easy to relax the form. If you're trying to move something, you lower it all the way down, you move it, and then you bring it back up. You didn't lose your surface detail. Now, I'm not saying it doesn't stretch a little and that you don't have to go back in and futz with it a little. Of course you do, but you have much less work to do within the process. Does that make sense?
It does to me.
You better.
Yep.
So real quick, let's get back to here. I think that you're going to be a little bit happier with your part if you get slightly more human. His face is just really flat, and I understand it's sort of like a mask, demon-y, masky sort of thing, but it's still humanoid, so retaining some of that humanoid feature is important. Also, it just, when things are out of position, it becomes a little wonky. Here, I'm going to do infinite depth. We're going to take it from Z, and is that Z? No, I didn't think so. X, that's what I thought. Boom, we're going to go boom. And so now it's infinite depth X. And why I'm doing that is because I just want it to function as a straight shot through. I'm going to hide that. We're going to bring that up. We're going to bring this back in some. Bring our brow out a little. you can see that I haven't changed it much. But do you see how that almost, how it fixes some of the depth information? And, you know, it doesn't have to be humanoid. You know, you have a weird stubby nose. You have things that are in the similar places as you had them before. Except now, your subconscious is going to read it a little bit more humanoid and in turn be a little happier with it. If that makes any sense. And it just gave, I mean, look at how deep this head is, and you had almost no depth in the face. So I would push for some of that depth. Your texturing looks nice, you know. You're definitely getting there. It looks great. Yeah. You know, your anatomy's interesting, yet still humanoid. The only thing I would say, or that's a lie because I've already said a few things, is, okay, watch your depth, first of all, right? The depth of this character's here, and you have all this out here. So make sure your depth makes sense. Ears tend to lean back. Because the whole point of an ear is that it's a cup. So try to make them cups. Is vary your texture size. Because this is something that a lot of people do. You get your brush set and then you don't change the size of the brush. And so think about coming through and doing some textures that are come on, why are you not back? Sculpture's Pro. Oh, because Sculpture's Pro doesn't like models that big. Well, it's hard to do this without remeshing, but think about using different tools and different textures for things. You know, all of these, see how all of this is the same thickness and the same step depth? You know, think about futzing with it a little and making 1-1 and have it be higher. And then a little flatter. And that's your step. And then this one is a line. If I can find standard. That is not what I'm looking for. Freehand. See these weird like humps and dents? Those are much easier to deal with in quad models, unless it's a star intersection. And those are the things that make you want to scream with a quad. But if there's ever a problem, you just Z-remesh it. It's no drama. So if you start breaking up the thicknesses and the shapes of your detail, it reads a little more interesting. It gives you a little bit more visual interest. And it doesn't become just chatter. When you have too much of the same size and the same thing on the form, there's no place for the eye to rest. And so your eye is just like, don't show me anymore. See how by breaking that up you could set a surface for them? Hopefully that makes some sense. Alrighty. I think that's everybody and everything. I've been up for almost 20 something hours. 19 hours, whatever it is. I'm getting tired. Ready to nap. So, are there any other last questions? Or anything before I wrap up? For those of you on YouTube, hit like and subscribe. It really helps ZBrush channel. It's really important for us. And come check out our education site at ZBrush Jewelry Workshops. It's something we've been really hustling with. And
Can you give a brief outline of your course?
well, a brief outline is that it's not brief. The course is really set up in, well, it's, first of all, it's not really a course. It's really an education platform. So it's a little different where when I was teaching courses before, we did 6 weeks and you're only getting, well, I gave you a lot more than the 3 hours, but it was really set up to be 3 hours a week. Here we have, it's like 160, 170 videos. Is that where we're at right now? Something
Yeah,
like that?
something like that at this point.
And then now that I have this set up, I'm going to start kicking out some more videos again. But it's really set up as in 2 ways. We have Eric Keller, who's been creating all of our basic videos and tool videos. And then I've been doing project videos. So there are projects and then there are like technique library. And we go through a lot of the tools and we go through a lot of the techniques, and those are set up really step by step to show you how those work. And we're now starting to generate some projects which are just practice projects on some of the techniques that we've been dealing with. And then there are projects which are, here's how you make rings, here are things, here's how you make earrings, here's how you do that. We're going to expand that as soon as the jewelry stuff is sorted out. But it's really a much more of and it's $1,000 for a lifetime membership. And we add videos all the time. Both Eric and I are on the beta testing stuff, so we get the videos out quick. And it really, right now it's using jewelry as the platform for it, but really what I'm teaching you is how to generate models for production and manufacturing, whether that be D&D models, whether it be car frames, whether it be furniture. Everything I teach can be used for anything. Because you notice, how much jewelry do we do in the critiques? Not nearly as much as we used to, because everything I'm telling you about either this or that or the other thing, those techniques are really about how to retain surface detail through manufacturing and then how to prepare for manufacturing. So, and it's going to continue to grow. It's a lifetime membership, so it's not a class. It's much more of an education platform.
And we have live office hours with you every week for like 6 hours.
Yeah, I sit
So if you
here.
have any questions, you can come in and ask, and we'll walk you through step by step. And you have internet now, so they can actually send you models and say, "Hey, I need help with
It's
this."
awesome.
Yeah.
And also, we have a very active Discord community. So if I think that we're probably more approachable than any of the other class. If I can't answer it or I'm not there, Henry's there or Eric's there or the student body's there or past students are there. And there's a wealth of information. And one of the ethos that I really try to do, obviously, is I try to share information. And so one of the things I think is important for the student body and then people who come, so you can come join the Discord community and really hang out and see the people and get an idea of what's going on. But yeah, I think that it's pretty exciting, and we have new things coming all the time, and we're starting to do trade shows again, and we have a really good relationship with Rio Grande, so there's some really good benefits that come with that. And I'm always out hustling, trying to get companies to give us discounts and things like that. So the student body can get discounts on printers and like books and stuff like that. So I'm always out there trying to, get everyone, make it affordable and approachable, I guess. So I think if you're thinking about it as a course, you need to think much more big picture than that. There's a lot going on, and it's going to continue to grow.
I'm going to grab a link to Bog's video about it.
Oh, yeah, good point.
I forget he did that review.
Yeah, so do I. Actually, I was talking to him today.
Oh yeah?
Or my last night, or my afternoon, his last, whatever. But I was going to talk to him today, but I was just busy trying to get this sorted out. So yeah, join the Discord, and you can ask students questions or members questions, and yeah, it's nice. It's an active community. It's pretty cool, and we're pretty excited about it because it's so in its adolescence right now. It's going to just keep growing and growing. Oh yeah, we have tons of part libraries and all kinds of. So if you're not the best sculptor in the world, you can still kit bash things together and make things that are, marketable. So, our whole thing is to get you to learn to make things and sell it. That's that's really my goal. How can you monetize your skills at whatever skill level you're at?
And even if you can't afford it, we know the price is high. Even if you can't afford it, join the Discord. There's still a question and answer.
Yeah, obviously we're still out there answering questions,
Yeah. I have yet to see a question go unanswered. Either one of us will jump in or somebody in the community will.
Yeah, someone will know.
Cool.
All right. So once again, hit subscribe. What is it?
Like and subscribe.
Like and subscribe. Because I just looked up there and it said follow, and that confused me. I was like, darn. Brain face. Yeah. And I will see you next Monday. And join us in Discord anytime, and we'll be there all the time. And hopefully we'll have YouTube going again soon. And we're going to expand and do wonderful, lovely things. And I will continue to be here trying to help you guys out.
And if you submitted a model and we didn't get to it today, you're still in the queue. You'll be up first next week.
Next week, yeah. All right, kind and gentle folk. There we go. I think that covers everything. Thanks a lot, guys. I really appreciate you hanging out. And, yep, see you next week.
Bye.
Bye.